Morning, everybody. Just a sound check for you guys joining, just to make sure your sound is working and you can hear us. It's Harry speaking. Great seeing everybody joining in. We will start in about 4 minutes' time, just allowing a lot of people into the meeting, and then we will be with you. So this is just a sound check to make sure that your sound is working. Just a sound check for everybody joining the session. We will be with you in a few seconds. We're just admitting more people to the meeting. So in another 2 minutes or so, we will start. Just a sound check for you. We will be with you in a few seconds. Good morning, everybody. Great seeing all the faces. There are still lots of people joining in, so we're still admitting people to the session. But while we're doing that, we can do a little bit of housekeeping. It's great knowing that everybody is so used to the virtual sessions nowadays. It's going much easier. But let's just refresh our minds. Using the Zoom platform, you can go to the bottom of your screen. You should see there's a mute and a stop video options. We ask you to kindly keep yourselves on mute, just to make sure that we haven't got too much background noises. You can also switch on and off your video if you want to save some of your own bandwidth. You're welcome to switch off your video, but it's sometimes nice to see the faces again. And then, pardon me, should I mute you during the event? Sometimes one accidentally unmute yourself, and then I have to mute you to make sure that we got control. You'll also see at the bottom of the screen, there's a participants box. You can click on a participants box, and in this participant box, you should see everybody who's on the call. You can mouse over your own name, and then doing that, you should be able to rename yourself. Sometimes it's your device name displaying instead of your own name. If you want, you can add your company's name there, your name and your company name. Then it's great seeing who's from what company. Talking about that, you'll see the chat room. You're welcome to use the chat room to greet each other. I see there's nice chats already going on, people greeting each other. We're always enjoying that. You can also use the chat room to exchange contact details. You're welcome to do that. Please do not do too much promotional work in there. We try to keep the focus on the event we're busy with. But you're welcome to exchange contact details and so on and say hi to each other. We also use the chat room to ask questions to the panelists. Or during the questions and answers session, you'll have opportunity to unmute yourself and ask questions when recognized. So we will help you with that one a little bit later on. Right, so in case of emergency, should something happen to this event, keep an eye on your inbox. We will obviously send you an email advising you on an alternative link to join the session again. Yeah, I think that's about it for housekeeping. I would love to share my screen with you guys and just get my screen sorted here. So there's our program for the day. We're talking about the importance of agile supply chains in the face of civil unrest. Obviously, we had a lot of bad experience recently, the unrest going on in the country. So we decided University of Johannesburg requested us to entertain this topic. We're proudly hosted by University of Johannesburg today. They've actually been part of this Transport Forum since the start of this Transport Forum. So we're very proud in having them on board and supporting us, and also mentoring myself a lot in terms of all these topics we're running at the Transport Forum. But also these sessions of ours, as you've noticed, are for free. As well as the content, the related content on the web, the presentations and so on. So obviously we have, honored sponsors and associates making this possible. And I would like to quickly give recognition to our alliance partners and the associates. So let me just quickly get to my right slides, pardon me. I'll be with you in a sec. Sorry, my screen is just giving me a hard time here. I'll be back with you in a second. All right, there we go. Ladies and gents, we've got proudly industry alliances with the Transport Forum, and that especially started happening at the beginning of this year. These organizations joined the Transport Forum in a formal alliance with the Transport Forum. We're very proud in having them with us. And I would like quickly to run you through these alliance partners. The first one we are going to look at the South African Express Parcel Association. I don't know, there's somebody from SAIPA want to say a few words quickly. It's the Express Parcel Association, the representative body and voice of the express delivery industry in South Africa, comprises of member companies engaged in express freight and courier industry, representative of service providers throughout the express supply chain. So they've also got nice industry news in our news flashes on the web. So thank you for SAIPA. We've got SABOA, South African Bus Operators Association. Please interrupt me if somebody from SABOA want to say a few words. But the bus and coach industry plays a vital role in social and economic development of our country, formed in 1980. And leading bus companies at the time, SABOA represents about 70% of the public transport bus and coach fleet. So it's great having SABOA part of us. They're also instrumental in the public transport events we are arranging. And there still should be a number of them coming up. The rest of this year, we're just rearranging our schedule a little bit. But SABOA is in great support of us. Thank you very much to SABOA. South African Association of Freight Forwarders. Somebody from SAF, I want to say a few words perhaps. We're glad to announce that Dr. Unita Maria has been appointed as the new Chief Executive Officer of SAF. She started yesterday, and she's doing instrumental work in the industry in terms of smart borders and enhancing the maturity of our corridors and our ports and the supply chain. The next event, 23rd of September, will be hosted by them in collaboration with Transnet Port Terminals. So very much looking forward to that. So they established in 1921, so National Association with members throughout the Republic of South Africa. So yeah, it's great having them on board. AREA, so Rail Industry Association, the representative body of South Africa, representing players in the rail industry. They're doing great work, ladies and gents. You should follow them in terms of third-party access as well, bringing the private sector and public sector closer to each other to revive our rail industry in South Africa, which is actually in jeopardy. We all know it's a big problem. So Sela and Flapu and their team are doing great work, and all their associates. So go and have a look at AREA and all the links obviously on our website and see what they are doing. Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, Catherine Larkin and them, Elvin Harris being the chair, leading it, the national fresh body with everybody who knows within the supply chain, who works within the supply chain, logistics and transport. It's a network of national councils and sections in over 30 countries, sold services, the interests of over 30,000 members. And have a look at them. We're also doing a number of events in collaboration of SILT. We've got media partners, Freight News, Railways Africa, and Engineering News. Obviously, there are other media companies supporting the Transport Forum as well, but these are in a formal alliance with the Transport Forum. Somebody from Freight News perhaps want to say a few words? Freight News also previously FTW, they been part of the Transport Forum since the start actually. Anton Marsh, David Marsh and them, established, innovative, effective, as founded in 1953 by John Marsh. And this is the logistics news of our country, ladies and gents. You should subscribe to these people to be kept up to date what's happening in the logistics industry. Got Railways Africa magazine, all about rail infrastructure news, African continent specialist trade, technical business-to-business online publication covering all aspects of the rail sector, published weekly online. great having Philippa, Dean, and their company on board. Then we've got engineering news. Somebody want to say something about engineering news quickly?
Hi, Harry, it's Irma. Yeah, no, it's fine, thanks. I think hopefully everybody knows us by now. So it's wonderful for us to be associated with you guys. So thanks very much.
No, we're very proud in having you on board. Thank you, Irma. They also actually, they gave us or give us videos to share, just a quick wrap what's happening in the industry. I'm going to try and share the video quickly with you guys. So have a look at this one.
Hello and welcome to the roundup of this week's edition of the Engineering News and Mining Weekly magazine, published on Friday, 3 September 2021. In this week's cover article, Engineering News and Mining Weekly Senior Deputy Editor Rebecca Campbell highlights how South Africa's radio telescope success has stimulated international expansion investment. The South African Radio Astronomy Observatory has already awarded the contracts for the construction of the infrastructure required for the expansion of the country's world-leading Meerkat radio telescope array. The engineering news features focus on the South African Capital Equipment Export Council, where local companies continue to export despite the poor local markets. The Southern Africa Institute of Welding, where a manufacturing company strives for gender parity for women. And oil refineries, where a lighting manufacturer highlights the importance of adequate lighting in oil refineries. The Mining Weekly features focus on mineral and metal processing, smelting and refining, where new contracts are awarded to a local services provider, and mining in Zimbabwe, where a technology center bridges the gap between technology and people. This week's business leader is Anish Misra, CEO of Sedibeng Iron Ore and MD of IMR South Africa. And as this week's cartoon shows, it's becoming clear that inadequate port efficiencies and infrastructure are placing South Africa's Gateway to Africa status at risk. We hope you enjoy this week's edition of Creamer Media's Engineering News and Mining Weekly, the magazine that offers you news about developments in the real economy. Happy reading and see you next time.
So isn't that great? Thank you very much, Engineering News. Let's continue giving some more exposure. We've got our host for today, University of Johannesburg, Prof. Naveen Pisa is going to do the opening address, and she's going to tell us a little bit more about their Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management. We're looking forward to that. But Air Cargo, they actually started the transport or joined the Transport Forum at the beginning of this year as a gold sponsor. As a leading cargo airline providing express air-to-airport solutions and related services to the courier and express logistics industry. Thank you very much, Air Cargo, for your support. Sea-Track, somebody from Sea-Track, perhaps I want to say a few words. I'm doing all the hard work again this morning. Right, Sea-Track, their operations span 6 continents, over 55 countries with over 30 years experience, have been keeping mobile assets of consumers, small and mid-sized business and large enterprises always visible, resulting in vehicle security and safer driving and more efficient fleet operations. Always visible is the word, important, being visible, especially in these times. You can't do without Sea-Track. Zutari, somebody from Zutari? Now, Zutari, consulting engineers, many years ago, sponsored the Transport Forum. Very proud in having them on board. Thank you, Zutari. Ability, somebody from Ability, perhaps? Mobility, the human face of insurance, commercial insurance underwriters, bus and coach insurance specialists, niche insurance products since 2011, acting on behalf of mutual and federal risk financing. Thank you, Ability, for joining us about 3 months ago as gold sponsor. Indwe Risk Services, a new sponsor with the Transport Forum since this month, or from this month. Somebody from Indwe, perhaps. One of South Africa's largest independent brokers, offering personal, business, and specialist risk and insurance advisory services. Over 100 years combined experience. Services include commercial fleet, heavy commercial vehicles and buses, marine and aviation insurance. Thank you, Indwe. Unitrans. Carly, I don't know if you want to say a few words now about Unitrans.
Hi, Harry. I think you're going to hear quite a bit from me later on, but yeah, just thank you for having us and welcome everybody.
Thank you, Carly. Unitrans joined us recently as a gold sponsor. We're very proud of having them on board. Thank you, Carly, for also your presentation later on. Global Trade Solution. Somebody from Global Trade Solution, perhaps? Founded in South Africa in 1999, they deliver innovative technology and consulting services to the international trade and supply chain community. So we want to know more about imports and exports and platforms and so on. These are people to talk to. Thank you very much, Global Trade Solution. Standard Bank, somebody from Standard Bank.
Hi everyone, my name is Mahendra Ganda and I am part of the Standard Bank team. Thank you for having us here today.
Thank you so much for your support. Standard Bank's been with the Transport Forum for many years and at our sponsorship level, supporting us. And last year, October, they joined us as a gold sponsor. So it's great having Standard Bank with us. Kuba, Isaac, say a few words for us this morning, please.
Thank you. Kuba, we're part of the ICM Mobility Group. We have been in the industry for over 30 years, working in different countries, over 200 cities, with over 700 staff working in more than 10 countries. We're operating from Johannesburg and office in Italy, office in France, and pretty much we've designed and delivered and maintained automated fare collection systems across the globe. And we always continue to innovate and strive for bigger and better ways to shape the future of the transport ticketing systems in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Isaac. Ladies and gents, a great company. They've been part of us as gold sponsor for many years. Thank you, Kuba Payment. Thank you very much. Easy Clear, somebody from Easy Clear. Easy Clear also part of us since January as gold sponsor, the leading software provider software solutions for customs clearing, freight forwarding, and logistics providers covering air, sea, road, and rail. So they for the customs and clearing industry. Thank you, Easy Clear. Huawei is a leading new ICT building smart urban rail, smarter transportation, and a smarter world. Ladies and gents, they're definitely not only building cell phones, they've got excellent intelligent transport solutions. Go and visit their website, have a look what they are doing. It is excellent. And they joined us January this year as a gold sponsor. So it's great having them on board. Thank you, Huawei, for your kind support. JC Auditors, Oliver, you're online. You want to say a few words, perhaps?
Yes, thanks, Harry. Good morning, everyone. So JC Auditors are playing in the compliance service space. We offer accredited certification services for ISO standards, including ISO 9001, 1445, and of course, the local RTMS standard, which promotes safety and compliance in the heavy vehicle sector. We cover pretty much all 9 provinces and a few neighboring SADC countries. And we're very passionate about promoting safety and compliance as a business enabler for the companies we work with. Thanks, Harry.
Thank you, Oliver and JC Auditors. Yeah, and today's today. You can't be without a company like this for compliance and making sure you're in the right space. Thank you very much, JC Auditors. So we've got Abunya Capital. It's a public transport knowledge hub, bespoke taxi industry insights, integrated public transport network advisory, and public transport thought leadership. Important to align with these people. Vuisele Majola and her team, being a gold sponsor of this transport forum already for now 2 years. Thank you, Abunya. So ladies and gents, let's give a big hand for all our sponsoring companies and associates. We're really proud being supported by you, and we're very grateful. Thank you very much for that. Ladies and gents, you will see the Transport Forum website on your screen. The presentations presented today that's been made available for the public domain will be uploaded this afternoon to the website, and you can download them there from there. So you just need to log in to access those presentations. We enforce that. So you go to the Transport Forum's website, you go to the left of your screen, you can do the user login. Should you not have your complimentary account yet, you can click on sign up, create your own account of the Transport Forum. And then once you've logged in, you can go to events and select the downloads feature. And once you've done that, you'll get a simple little search engine. This search engine, you can type in at the top field there if you want to a person's surname or a title of a topic like logistics or Walter's, a person's name. You click search and it will search over the entire 14 years of Transport Forum content. Very powerful. And it should give you access then to all those presentations. Or you can select category and you can select the event's date, like today's date, for example. And you click search and it will bring up all the presentations for that specific day. So very simple to use, very powerful, but simple search engine you can use. Remember our business directory, ladies and gents, it's only 450 rands per year to get your company listed in this business directory. It's been outsourced as a BEE initiative to Olga Mashilu from Belen Bontle Consultant. There's a number and you can contact Olga and she will be able to assist you to get your company listed in this business directory. Very popular, the feedback we're getting is excellent. Companies are getting lots of exposure through this business directory. So take a picture of the screen, take note of Olga's number there, contact Olga, and she will help you to get listed in our business directory. All right, that brings us back to our program of the day, importance of agile supply chains in the face of civil unrest. Today, the 2nd of September, 2021. And I would like now to introduce you to our host for the day, Professor Marlene Pisa. She's the head of the Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management at University of Johannesburg, and she's going to do the welcome for us. Thank you very much, Prof. Marlene.
Thank you, Harry. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Welcome to this session. Harry, can I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Thank you, everyone. As we are all aware, we are facing unprecedented times, both in the economy and in our socioeconomic circumstances. As a result, we saw it as pivotal to host a session to address the impact of civil unrest on supply chains in South Africa. I'll just give a brief background on the department. Okay, there we go. So as you're aware, we are the host today. We are in the College of Business and Economics at the University of Johannesburg and also in the School of Management. Our department hosts about 5,500 students from undergraduate to postgraduate level. As you can see on this slide, we have a range of qualifications, including NQF level 6 diplomas that include the diploma in transportation management, road transport management, freight, as well as passenger, diploma in logistics, and a fully online diploma in logistics management. I think we are the first to provide this fully online diploma where the students are not required to come to campus. All the offerings and assessments occur online. Once the students acquire these diplomas, in addition to them widening their scope of expertise, they also have access to higher levels of qualifications, as shown in the slide on your screens. The articulation path enables them to progress to an advanced diploma, which is NQF level 7, an honors degree, master's degree, as well as a doctoral degree. At the same level as the advanced diploma, you will have the BCom degrees, which then also feed into the honors, master's, and PhD degrees. The Institute of Transport and Logistics Studies, which is hosting you today, houses the postgraduate research in the department, as well as all the research that is conducted by the academics and the research associates. As academics, we are always exploring and doing in-depth research into various topics, and one of them is supply chain agility. I think all of us can attest to the fact that supply chain agility has never been more important than it has been in the last 2 years. When we think of agility, the literature tells us that it can be defined or encompasses aspects of quickness, responsiveness, competency, and flexibility. All these elements have become critical to the survival of businesses on a day-to-day. Firstly, because the business environment is significantly more competitive. However, we see that disruptions are continually emanating in the business environment, requiring companies to constantly redefine themselves to be able to survive and to remain profitable. In July 2021, South Africa faced one of the most disruptive civil unrest since the apartheid era, as some have documented it. This brought about widespread looting and destruction of property. I think both from a personal and business perspective, the sentiment was severely adversely affected. And I'm sure in months to come, we are going to see the impact of this political risk on the country's ratings, amongst other ratings that influence our business operations. Some of the impacts that have been documented to date include the devaluation of the rand in the month of July. That month, between July and August, the rand devalued by about 2%. At least 150,000 jobs were put at risk, of which half of those jobs were lost. Subsequently, unemployment rose to 34%, the highest level it has been in South Africa in August 2021. Similarly, some of the impacts we have seen reported in media include significant adverse impact on the cold storage capacity, particularly in the months of July and August. About 40,000 tons of cold storage capacity and raw materials were lost. In KZN in particular, 64% of the rural towns were reported to experience severe food shortages, as well as 32% experiencing moderate food shortages immediately after the looting occurred. As businesses, a lot of costs were incurred, be it to increase security or due to lost property, damaged property, or looted goods. And as a result, this session today is to provide more information from the experts in the industry as to how industry has coped with this civil unrest. What are the strategies that are being implemented by businesses to ensure that their business and their supply chains are agile? What support and what funding exists from government and other sectors to support businesses and to ensure sustainability and continued survival of businesses in this difficult economic time, which is exacerbated by these unfortunate events of civil unrest. As mentioned earlier, supply chain agility is now part of the business norm. In addition to all of these recent events, the supply chains are constantly affected by external factors that influence and adversely decrease their ability to respond effectively to pressures of business. Other factors that are currently impacting businesses, as you are all aware, the Transnet state of force majeure has resulted in some companies rerouting their the shipments from the port of Durban because of the delays that arose from that. Since 2020, we are all aware of the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on businesses and on individuals' income. This has a significant impact on the disposable income that households have, and as a result, purchasing power and the demand for goods has experienced some adverse impacts as a result of that. And other constant factors that have been impacting our supply chains, climate change, digitization, etc. I'd like to end by sharing this slide, which shows that logistics is ever changing. And I think the times that we face are even more evident of the importance of the various strategies to ensure that companies can survive. These include collaboration, agility, automation, sustainability. All of these factors need to be taken into account and are even more vital to ensure business survival. Businesses constantly have to explore new business models. They need to be robust. They need to always be agile and have an increasing aptitude for change in order to survive. So ladies and gentlemen, I hope you find this session informative, and thank you to all the speakers who are going to provide us insights into their experiences and a bit more empirical evidence-based case studies that give us more insight into the impact of the looting and the civil unrest that occurred in South Africa in July 2021. Thank you, Harry. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Prof. Lisa. Thank you for setting the stage for us and hosting us for that today. We're really privileged in being hosted by your important Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management today. And thank you also for your support over all these years to this platform, making it possible for us. We really appreciate that. Right, ladies and gents, let's put up our program again. And here we go. There's people asking. Yes, the session is being recorded and it's being streamed to YouTube, and the YouTube file will be available afterwards, after on our YouTube channel. I see there are quite a number of people on YouTube following us at the moment as well. But ladies and gents, without further ado, we're still talking importance of agile supply chains in the face of civil unrest. I would like to introduce you to Mr. John Rosha. He's the Chief Director of Trade in West Africa, Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. He's going to do a corridor case study with us, but I want to compliment John Rosha for the work he's doing in this industry. A pivotal role he's playing, connecting the private sector and public sector and enhancing collaboration in the industry for the maturity of our corridors and our supply chains. So John, thank you very much for the important work you're doing and the support to the private sector as well. We really appreciate that, and we look forward to listening to you. Thank you, John.
Good morning, Harry.
Good morning, John.
Good morning to everybody. Let me just upload my short presentation. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present. Good morning to everybody. Let me just see how I can put this in presentation mode. Thank you. I will try, Harry. Thank you once again for inviting us. I mean, the presentation you've asked me to make is quite a complex one, but I will try my level best just to share some case studies. But allow me to also start by expressing our appreciation for the role you continue to play in supporting our efforts to create and develop more efficient trade corridors. Corridors play a very important role in economic development, not only within South Africa, but also in connecting South Africa to markets within the African continent, but also around the world. And when we're talking corridor, in our view, we are not just talking about road and rail infrastructure that connects countries together, but also maritime connectivities are also supply corridors, as well as air transport. So in dealing with this matter, we try to adopt a very comprehensive view. As you all know, we are living in an era where a lot is being said and spoken about the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which is aims to create a more favorable environment for to promote inter-Africa trade. With South Africa in particular, it's extremely an important agreement. Our trade to the rest of the continent grew from about 9 billion rands in 1994 to over 300 billion rands. It has gone down a little bit last year as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, but the starting of trade under the AfCFTA really creates a lot of opportunities, and as South Africa, it's in our interest to begin to position ourselves and discuss with business what is it that we need to do to leverage the good experiences that we have had internally and across the region in developing corridors to stimulate economic growth and trade in a mutually beneficial manner. Just looking since the advent of our democracy in the 1994, we have played a significant role in identifying, scoping, and supporting the development of a number of trade corridors around the continent. And some of those corridors that I may mention, you are all quite familiar with some of them. The Maputo Development Corridor, which is one of the case studies I'm going to focus quite extensively. You also have the Trans-Kalahari Corridor connecting us into Botswana and also to Namibia. We have the Bakongo Corridor in the DRC, where we have been quite involved, and a number of other corridors in Mozambique and Angola and Tanzania, where fortunately during the course of my career, as part of the Regional Spatial Development Initiative program at the DBSA, which was at the time funded by the DTIC, we provided financial support for a number of these corridors, including the Walvis Bay Corridor Group, which we supported quite extensively over the couple of the past 2 decades. These corridors constitute major economic growth poles, not just for South Africa, but also for the rest of the continent, particularly SADC, and also serve as major trade routes between our countries and other countries across the region. And I believe that these corridors will continue to play a very important role in the implementation of the AfCFTA. There are key economic corridors that I want to focus for us for South Africa, and I think given that these corridors currently serve a lot of our major trading partners, we trade mostly with Southern Africa, constituting about 70% of our exports into the rest of the continent. A lot of our largest trading partners are 5 countries: Botswana, Namibia, Mozambique, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. These are our largest trade partners. In the top 10, you also can add Swaziland, Eswatini, and Lesotho as well, and DRC, and then Angola in Southern Africa. In Eastern Africa, we also go as far as using a lot of the road transport. Some of your members, the participants here, are more familiar with that since your trucks are driving along those routes, going as far as Kenya and Tanzania and Rwanda in some instances as well. But there are 3 major arteries in the continent that I think are good case studies for us to look at and begin to ask ourselves the questions: how come that these corridors are still surviving after so many years? But there is one corridor that continues to remain a major challenge for all of us. And that corridor, in my view, is the most important because it connects a number of markets in the region and is a key artery for the movement of goods from South Africa to other markets, and from those markets also through South Africa to the rest of the world. The Trans-Kalahari Corridor is one. It has a secretariat based in Windhoek, connecting Gauteng, particularly via Botswana, into Namibia. This corridor continues to operate quite effectively. It's supported by public and private sector efforts. And I'm asking myself the question, how can we emulate what this corridor has been doing to try and create a more seamless corridor to facilitate movements of goods and learn from there. So that for me is one of the corridors that also not only connects South Africa to this market, but it's also a key. If you look at the major development nodes around within Botswana and Namibia, they're all falling within the space of these corridors, and there is a lot of room for expansion. We have actually just been doing some analysis to craft a FCFTA export plan. And what we are seeing is that Namibia remains one of the countries with the largest export potential for South Africa, almost $1 billion of untapped opportunities that we still can grasp. So Namibia is still a key market. The question is, how do we leverage the Trans-Kalahari Corridor? What is it that we need to do together to enhance its efficiency, but also to stimulate economic growth? And with that will come demand for goods and services as well. The second corridor, which is the one I'll focus and pay more attention to, just sharing some of the data, is the Maputo Development Corridor. And we have actually started an initiative together with several organizations, including the Minerals Council, Agribusiness Chamber, the Citrus Growers Association, the South African Association of Freight Forwarders, and others as well, to try and debottleneck this very vital corridor. But the Maputo Development Corridor presented a very successful case study for South Africa. And for some reason, we seem to have dropped the ball, and we want to try and revive some of that. The third one is the North-South Corridor. As I said, it interconnects not only South Africa to Botswana, to Zimbabwe, Zambia, to the DRC. We also use that corridor for goods that are going via road to Tanzania. And from there, some of those goods are going as far as Kenya in East Africa, to Uganda, and also to Rwanda, and potentially with Ethiopia also expressing a lot of interest to trade with South Africa. That presents also an opportunity. In terms of transshipment, our connectivity also linked with the port of Durban to Dar es Salaam, Mombasa, and also to the new port being built in Kenya, the Lamu port. So this corridor is really a major, is the backbone of trade and investment in the African continent. And for some reason, we are just not getting this right. We have set up a group. We are starting to mobilize both public and private sector. We have had very good meetings, Harry, you know, starting last year. It takes a little bit of time, but I can see a level of convergence that was not there before. We have had a number of meetings with some of the key government departments. There seems to be some consensus, and I think we are starting to move in the same direction, and would like to appeal to the private sector to support. Because for us to unlock opportunities in these corridors, to debottleneck them, we need to be consistent in our engagement. We need to be persistent, and we need to do so over a sustained period. We need to get away from the culture of making short-term interventions and then walking away once that emergency situation has been resolved. We need to really be tackling these corridors in a sustained manner, and we are willing to engage with yourselves. We had an interaction with one of the major financial institutions in East Africa 2 days ago. And what was very interesting is they are trying to work with us, including particularly the private sector. How can they connect East Africa to South Africa? And they have the resources to back some of the funding in terms of providing loan facilities for their SMMEs to trade with South Africa. But we need a corresponding response on the South African side. I'm glad listening to some of the players that are participating in this event. How can we talk and take that conversation forward? Just to give you what happened, I want to focus on the Maputo corridor case study. What was really the key elements that made it a success? The first one is that there was a comprehensive economic cooperation framework agreed to by the parties. There was a government-to-government agreement that defined the parameters of cooperation between the two countries at the political level, but that was then buttressed by very project-specific interventions in terms of infrastructure, in terms of economic development projects, industrial development projects, in terms of added value-added interventions that had to be made by both countries to make that corridor work. And I think significant progress was made there. And some of the very specific agreements that were made, one starting from the very level, the top level at the presidential level, where former President Mandela and later President Mbeki were really key champions of that effort. That was one of the key lessons we draw from this. The second one was then an agreement between the two countries to fix the road connecting the two countries. So the track N4 route that we all travel, most of you travel through today, was a product of a government-to-government agreement that procured then an investor, and the investors then helped develop that corridor for 20 years. They have continued to do so. And based on the data that we have received from the CEO of the track N4 route, the impact in terms of job creation in South Africa and Mozambique is astronomical. They continue to make many more investment. I think in their portfolio, they are looking at about another 16 billion rands worth of investment to upgrade the road on both sides. The group that we have set up is working on that, talking to Transnet as well, so that we can start shifting some of the cargo from road to rail. So that's one very important agreement that was signed. The other one that perhaps many people don't know today, it was the agreement between South Africa and Mozambique concerning the movement of natural gas trade between South Africa and Mozambique. That gave rise to the plant that Sasol built in Mozambique, the Romco pipeline that supplies a lot of the gas for our chemicals industries in Secunda and also in Van der Bijl Park. So those were government-to-government, public-private sector agreements that until today continue to deliver results. I've just learned that Sasol is actually putting out another, is developing a project that will estimate it at about 2 billion rands. South African companies have an opportunity to supply into that project as well. So from that project that started in the early 2000s until today, there are many activities and investments still taking place. The other one was also the aluminium smelter in Maputo, which you are all very familiar. That served as the anchor project for the development of the port. It then banked the road, it banked a range of other infrastructure, including the supply of electricity. All of these projects generated opportunities for cargo and transport companies and suppliers to actually supply goods and services into the project. So a project-focused approach is extremely important. And in our department, we talk about outward investment. The branch we belong to deals particularly with that matter. Where we are facing challenges is our stamina, our appetite to work on these things over a period of time is not there. We have a very short-term span of interest. If after 3 months and whatever, we lose interest and we walk on to another one. And I think there is a need for us to review, particularly in those corridors that are of strategic importance to us. This is just an illustration, many of you may have seen this, of what happened with the Maputo corridor in terms of the aluminium smelter, banked the project, the highway was invested in, the railway connectivity, but also supply of electricity between. And a lot of these projects have been implemented from 1996 to date, and it continues to really grow quite significantly. And I think as transporters, many of you who are in the business of transporting goods and services actually benefiting still from these projects by way of the supplies into the aluminium smelter, the supplies into other industries that sort of spring out in the Belulwana Industrial Park and so forth. So here is really a strategic area of interest and cooperation. We need to bring not only transporters, but also industrial companies, manufacturers. We need to bring and align our financial institutions to come up with different models of funding these types of projects so that we can bank and build a portfolio of opportunities over a period of 5 years, 10 years, and 20 years. How do we do that working together with yourselves? And I think the Maputo corridor has very practical experiences. We are aware that there is a study that has been done on the impact. And if you look at the growth of trade between South Africa and Mozambique, has been astronomical. 60% of our chrome exports from Limpopo and Mpumalanga is now going through the Maputo corridor. via the Maputo port to markets in international parts of the world. And the fruit exporters are also looking to channel to use that corridor for that purpose. So the impact is very, very significant. And I think what we need to do is how do we work together? Because the infrastructure now, particularly the border post between the two countries, the Bombo and Resano Garcia border posts, I think it has reached its capacity. And we need to enhance and expand that capacity to allow the increased number of trucks that are flowing through that corridor. We as government cannot do that alone. You are very much aware that the Economic Recovery and Reconstruction Plan has put the need to increase our exports really at the top of our agenda. The president alluded to the fact that if we were able to substitute 2% of the manufactured goods imported by the African continent, if we're able to substitute 2% of that, it would boost our GDP by about 1.2%. So the impact on South Africa's economy would be immediate, would be significant, and every player here, if our economy is growing, transporters win, financial institution wins, and everybody wins. So the frameworks and the platforms we are creating are designed for that purpose. Just looking at the Maputo, the aluminium smelter, which was a byproduct of the broader agreement as one of the anchor projects. As a result of that massive industrial project, the Belulwana Industrial Park continues to be developed. There are now over 13 countries operating there. One of our companies has put up a steel fabrication plant there. So the benefits are really quite significant. And I know that a lot of our imports, some of our imports also now coming from this Belulwana Industrial Park into South Africa as well. And that's the type of impact and case studies we can do. How can we do that on the Trans-Kalahari? How can we do that on the North-South corridor? But we can't have a short-term mentality. We have to have a sustained approach. This is just a picture of what is done now in Belulwana Industrial Park. 30% of the industrial workforce in the Maputo province is represented by this park. And this was a project that South Africa enabled. This was a project that South Africa's government and public and private sector engaged in, funded from development to actual implementation, and continues to produce results. These are just the number of companies, the sectors that are now located, operating at the Belulwana Industrial Park: manufacturing, metallic industry, the aluminium industry, including downstream engineering, oil and gas, automotive, food and beverages, construction material, and many other industries. And this is what the impact is. All of this, as you know, creates opportunities for transporters to transport goods, for financing institutions to finance more of the transporters, to finance manufacturing entities, and to provide trade finance as well. So there is a multiplier effect associated with each one of these investments. The growth, if you look at the Maputo port in 2001 to date, it has developed quite significantly. And you can actually begin to see the historical investments and the growth in volumes to date. Maputo port still has significant capacity. And that's why we are now also looking at that as an alternative to ship some of the goods from Mpumalanga, which is closer, and some from Limpopo through the Maputo port to go to the international market. In terms of investment, in the next up to 2033, they have an investment, estimated investment horizon of about $2 billion, creates more opportunities for everybody else, including many of you watching this. And how do we as South Africa engage with Mozambique? In a very targeted manner to ensure that this is delivered, that this is achieved. How do we bring our financial institutions together, government together, strike the political agreements that are needed, package the projects that are needed, bankable projects that can be developed and then be financed, and to allow the movements of goods to and fro, not only to supply into those projects, but also the broader economy as well. In terms of goods and services, this project also allowed in-sourcing, local sourcing within Mozambique and also within from South Africa to Mozambique, creates opportunities for South African companies to partner with Mozambican companies in a very positive manner. The number of jobs created, the number of supply and the amount spent in the local economy has also grown quite substantially. And we believe that we can repeat that. Skills development is also another area. where capacity building and training interventions help to enhance the capacity of Mozambicans to then also be employed and provide some services. And also, if we look at the duties, contribution of revenue towards the Mozambican government coffers as well, there's been a positive net effect as well. And I think, why am I using the Mozambican Development Corridor as an example, is that in our engagement with many African countries, there is always a perception that we just want to export our good and they're not happy with that. So they want a mutually beneficial relationship. And what the Mozambican Development Corridor demonstrates is that the benefits has been mutual for both countries. And we can do the same on the North-South Corridor with Zimbabwe, with Botswana, with Zambia, to ensure that these countries are also incentivized to remove the non-tariff barriers that continue to hamper the efficiency and negatively affect the efficient movement of goods and services and people along the North-South Corridor. Now, what were the major success factors that made the Maputo Development Corridor successful? First of all, there were anchor projects that were identified, bankable ones that were funded, government assisted in the development, in the project preparation stage, which was quite risky, but private sector was identified from inception. The project was banked, IDC and others invested in that, international partners participated. That project unlocked and banked projects in infrastructure, investment in infrastructure, your rail, your road, the pipeline between South Africa and Mozambique, the port, electricity upgrades. All of these were a result of this excellent collaborative initiative between the two countries. The third element is private sector investment, a strong PPP element attached to it in all facets of the project. So that becomes very, very important, and the platforms we are creating are designed to achieve that. The business case were quite strong. The policy and regulatory environment was also created by both governments, which encourage private sector to come in, and those investments are still operating. New investments were made subsequent to that, and many more are continued to be made. There was very strong high-level political support from the heads of state level in both countries. There was a corridor authority appointed that's helped to facilitate that continued engagement. Unfortunately, the MCLI then about 2 years ago or so then reached its limit. It was not able to be sustained. But the truth is, many of the problems we are facing today could have been resolved had we maintained and kept such an entity still alive, so that it could then continue to work with governments and private sector on both sides to resolve the problems. The next one is stakeholder participation. It's important for private sector to be involved. It's important for us to continue to have a dialogue and discussion to identify the problems, the bottlenecks, and come up with practical solutions. We are doing it after the N3, the Unrest. The supply chain team that we put together continues to meet. Problems have been identified, solutions are continuing to be identified. Some of them are being implemented, some of them are delayed. But the most important thing is that there is that realization that we need to work together. Strong linkages for both backward and forward linkages with other industrial sectors as well has been created and established, including mobilizing the SMMEs also to benefit. And the cross-border arrangements between the two countries is also facilitating movement of people and goods. Even though there are problems, there is an ongoing effort that has now mobilized a number of government departments to try and resolve those problems. Then obviously skills and technical capacity. We in government have some, private sector has some. How do we put that together? And how can we target in a very concerted, cooperative manner, collaborative manner, other corridors that face similar challenge? And my view is, given the important role of the North-South Corridor as a trade route for us, perhaps we should start looking at that. That is what I have to share with you, Harry, and I thank you very, very much. I will have to leave after my presentation. If there are any questions, I'll take them. But thank you very much for the opportunity.
John, thank you so much for this excellent presentation. You know, the things you're mentioning, enhance and stimulate economic growth, unlocking opportunities in corridors, specific interventions by countries to make corridors work. You know, that's all work you're doing, and it's instrumental to the economy of your country. And I'm glad not to hear too many politics here, but business sense. And I think that's what the industry would like to hear. So seeing that you're not able to do the questions and answer session, let us allow a question or two then from the audience. Guys, you're welcome to raise your hand and I'll recognize you, and we'll allow, say, 2 questions for John Rocha. You can go to reactions at the bottom of your screen. You'll see there's a raise hand function, and then we can recognize you should you have a question. So let's give it a few seconds. Right, Prof. Alwyn Hoffman, welcome to the session. You're welcome to unmute and ask a question.
Thanks, Harry. I would like to pose a question to John about the cross-border arrangements. I'm aware that more than 10 years ago, the governments of South Africa and Mozambique, in principle, decided to convert the Lebombo-Rusano-Garcia border post into a one-stop border post that would allow the much quicker movement of people, vehicles, and goods. But that has not as yet been implemented. Can you maybe elaborate on the reasons why it is not in place as yet, and what we could expect in the foreseeable future for such a one-stop border post to be implemented, because one-stop border posts have been successfully implemented elsewhere in Africa?
Thank you, Prof. John, you're welcome to answer the question.
Thank you. I cannot go into why it has not been implemented so far, but what I can tell you or share with the audience is, and it's a public knowledge, is that there is a policy document that has been shared for inputs that is being finalized regarding the establishment of one-stop border posts. There is also the process of establishing the border management agency, which is ongoing. And I think those 2 elements go hand in hand to try and ensure that that is done. There is a discussion that is still at very early stage to try and find other immediate short-term interventions that may help to sort of minimize the constraints that transporters are facing across and exporters across our borders. And I think we once all those 2 processes are fully concluded, I think it will enable the relevant agencies of government and departments to move with speed to invest in that. But from a DTIC perspective, it's a matter we have raised because it has a direct impact on our ability to increase our exports and to facilitate the flow of goods. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. I see Lynn's hand is up. Lynn, you're welcome to unmute and ask a question.
Thanks very much, Harry. Good morning, everyone. Morning, John. Thanks very much for your full view of the Maputo corridor. As you know, my very favorite place is the North-South corridor. I just wanted to check with you what sort of time limit you envisage on being able to try and put something together on the North-South corridor, bearing in mind that currently we are moving about 1/3 of the traffic that we're capable of moving along that corridor. And also the fact that Zimbabwe is built, is still busy constructing, but hopes to have it starting on the 6th of October, the new Zim Borders complex. Do you sort of have any kind of time limits envisaged where we can start working a bit more thoroughly on the North-South corridor? Thanks very much.
Thank you, Lynn. John, you can respond.
Thank you, Len. And unfortunately, you know me, Len, I'm very frank with this matter. Unfortunately, I cannot give you timelines, but what I can tell you is the following. If we do a very objective analysis of what's happening on the North-South corridor, we can actually see some progress. It's extremely good that Zimbabwe is fixing their side of the border. It's also excellent news that the Gazankula Bridge, which has been stagnant on the books for the past 20 years or so, is now open, it's functional, and that put the pressure on us as South Africa to also begin to fix those areas where we have the ultimate responsibilities. What I can tell you is that in our operational plan, the North-South corridor is a focus. We have started and intend to intensify engagement with other countries along the corridor, but also to engage internally as South Africa, both public and private sectors, so that we can better coordinate, so that we can align, and we can also deploy resources, because it's one thing to talk about the problem, it's another one to put the correct intervention and to deploy resources to effectively address the issues that are constraining the flow of goods on those corridors. And I think that's what we want to do. The groupings that we have created, there is a process that we are unlocking. There are meetings that we have scheduled for this month. And I hope that before the end of this month, we'll be able to come with you with gather news that will give you a sense of what is it we want to do over what period of time. If you could be patient with us, then we'll be able to share that with you at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John. I see, Andrew, if you've got a very short question, you can quickly unmute and ask your question. We're running out of time for this.
Thanks, Harry. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. John, I just wanted to check. Obviously, I realized the success, and I think thanks for the informative presentation of the Maputo corridor and everything that has happened, that is happening around the Maputo corridor and how it can be an alternate. But considering the current reports that are going out there on the market about the inefficiencies of the Durban ports, what are we doing to increase? Because it seems as if we have the capacity, but the efficiency is what is killing the trade via our own ports. And the other issue is also what role or what sort of actions are you then engaging with the likes of Transnet to ensure that we can significantly move more cargo, actually, especially on the North-South corridor on rail, considering that there is excess capacity as well, but it's just not being properly leveraged. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. We have, since the beginning of the Unrest in particular, and also before, one of the first things we did working together with BUSA was to convene set up a working group of all the supply chain players. And some of you that are participating in this event are actually part of that working group. And that working group had one objective in mind, is to look at what impact the Unrest had on our ability, on our logistics and supply chain capability to allow and restore the fluidity in the system. And the problems were clearly identified. The economic impact were also shared by not only transporters. Transnet has been part of that conversation. The Port Authority, Durban Ports, has also been part of that conversation, plus the Industry Association. This working group continues to meet every Wednesday, where we are analyzing the state of play, how are goods, where are the constraints, where are the bottlenecks. And there is actually also a group that is much more focused and is sharing this information with Transnet. A lot of the good suggestions that have come out of this forum are actually being implemented. Yes, there are challenges, but there is regular processes and efforts to try and mitigate and address the risks as they arise. And I know that BUSA is also playing a very big role. And in many instances, some of the decisions or the suggestions are then escalated to the top so that decisions are made quite effectively. The group continues to meet and will continue to do so until the situation is normalized. And in that working group, we are not only also looking at the South African within our own borders, we also look how is it affecting trade with the rest of the region or between South Africa and the region and so forth. So there is a very holistic approach based on collaboration between the public and private sector. And what we are calling upon business is saying, let us not stop once the emergency situation is dealt with. Let us make sure we can sustain these processes, even if with fewer people, but that as a country, we can always mobilize the totality of our capabilities to be able to resolve issues, because we believe we do. Now, lastly is we are very, very conscious and we're paying very close attention to the effect it's having on our ability to export, but also on imports. Because a lot of our imports are inputs in some of the manufacturing activity taking place in our own country. And as a department, so we want to try and debottleneck that so that there's fluidity in the system and exports can increase, imports can also flow effectively so that our economic growth can then, targets can be achieved. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you so much, John. We're running out of time now into Sue's presentation. But John, could you kindly answer Yolanda Fouris' question in the chat room? If you haven't got time, then we can connect you to two guys afterwards. But maybe you've got a little bit of time, let's just answer there. But John, thank you very much for your inputs. We really appreciate it, and the work you're doing is extremely important. And you can rest assured of our support. Thank you so much, John.
Thank you. Thank you, Harry. Just one point. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, John. Right, guys, our next presenter then is Sue Woodley. She's the chair of the Harbour Carriers Association, and she's going to talk about the importance of agile supply chains in the face of civil unrest. Thank you, Sue. We've been looking forward to this. So if you unmute, then we can talk. We can see your explorers. We just open up your PowerPoint to see it.
Okay. Can you see the presentation now, Harry?
No, we see your explorer. So
Explorer.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll go stop share. Let me just try this again.
Yeah, if you select share screen and you just select the right screen, then it should be fine.
Can you see that now?
That's still your Explorer. Double click on that when you are the PowerPoint. Let's see if it opens up. I can bring up.
Are you seeing it now?
No. Let me try and bring up your presentation on my side.
All right, that's fine.
And then it should work. Just bear with me for a moment.
Okay. Thanks, Harry. Thank you very, very much. Good morning, everyone, and good morning, panelists and fellow colleagues. My topic for today is the importance of agile supply chains in the face of civil unrest, and how does it impact the supply chain, and what business has done to change in these unprecedented times. So going on to the first slide, Harry. We find that civil unrest has been seen as a potential risk to the supply chain, and the transport is seen as a high-risk sector. So this essentially does impact on the supply of essential goods and services, and ultimately we find staff and assets are also impacted. So many businesses have to be prepared, and they have to have risk management strategies in place so these businesses can mitigate and recover from potential losses. Next slide, please, Harry. What we found is that many businesses have had to put together an emergency response and a communication plan. And what they've done is they've done a very quick risk assessment of their businesses to see what the potential exposure might be. The assessment has to review the internal operations. We've got to look at employee safety protocol, customer communication, and the supplier model. This information is gathered through local media reports, public information platforms and government, internet and social media postings and valid social group feedback, and routes are monitored via social platforms so that cargo is not being placed at risk. So what we also find is many businesses have now got platforms where they share with their drivers and put in workable contingencies in place. We find employees and drivers are encouraged to share information on these platforms of warnings and potential danger. Next slide, please, Harry. We find that also many businesses have appointed an emergency response team. And it's very important, if there's an eventuality, to have details of the police and the fire services on hand, especially after the July riots that we've gone through. We found in order to be proactive, many businesses have had to have training and briefing sessions with their employees to practice key emergency procedures and protocols. And what this does is this eliminates any form of confusion should an incident reoccur. We found many businesses have had to look at their surveillance. They've had to look at their security and ensure that everything is in very good working condition and that all cameras are clear. And at night, the properties are well lit so that they can ensure visibility. We found that businesses have conducted load assessment risks on all cargo, locations, routes, and have rerouted plans should this be required. We find that trucks today, especially the modern trucks, the long haul trucks, the long distance trucks, they've got onboard fleet management facilities. So drivers have greater insight into maps and routes, and they can detour should an incident be faced. Another very important factor for the safety of cargo and risk is that we've got to look at the curfew times and the impact that it has on cargo and on loads. Thank you, Harry. The next slide, please. In order to sustain and be proactive in the business industry, we found that many companies have reviewed their insurance options. And one of the things that they've had to do is ensure that their property, their asset, their cargo, their fire and theft clauses are all adequately covered. And what they've had to do is basically revisit these covers. So they've also had to look at their deductions and ensure that they are fully covered comprehensively should such an eventuality come through again. Another point that we found is that we've got to relook at the extra expenses, which we didn't have to look at previously, which was temporary repairs, loss of income, and timelines to get back on track and to resume to normal business. Very important as well is that many businesses have had SASRIA and many businesses have not had SASRIA cover, which is cover that you need in the event of riots and strikes. Thank you, Harry. The next slide, please. And what we found is businesses have had to up their security and risk management control. So the new modern way that many warehouses, especially if they've got huge businesses, have had to look at drones in logistics companies and large warehouses. We found that the ordinary security guard is not going to be sufficient anymore. And to protect cargo and assets, we've got to have private armed security on properties. We found many transport companies are also traveling in convoys, and this basically protects the cargo, the driver, and the asset. And we found many warehouses, ever since the July riots, have now started backing their containers back to back so that the containers cannot be easily opened. We've also found that all equipment handlers, such as forklifts and reed stackers, the keys have to be kept away and kept away from any form of access so that if there's any criminal activities or looters, it's not easily available so that containers can be accessed and broken into. Thank you, Harry. Next slide, please. Many companies have now found alternate ways to secure and protect their admin in business. What they found is that they've got to have their workman's comp in order. Their UIF and PAYE payments have to be up to date. And should there be any issues, then this can be implemented. We found that many companies have got to monitor their delivery clients, which were affected, as this would impact on their revenue and the income, which is normally received in a business. We found that many companies have had to monitor their suppliers and their properties, which were damaged, as this would impact on procurement of spares and equipment. We've also learned that payroll, HR admin, invoicing, vehicle logbooks, legal documentation, all needs to be stored in the cloud. We've also found, especially in trucking companies, where keys are extremely expensive on each asset, spare keys need to be kept away and off-site and no longer on the site of the property. Thank you so much. Next slide, Harry. So what we're finding is many companies are now leading towards digital transformation. And it's extremely important because we're able to store and access all our financial information, all our staff information, all our contracts and our legal documents in the cloud. And what we found is the benefit of this is working on the cloud is a viable and cost-effective method of working. It minimizes risk. And in many companies, which is now digitally transformed, we find that companies who are interdependent and able to collaborate on the cloud and businesses become simple. So what we're finding is that it enhances full supply chain visibility and we're getting satisfied customers. Next slide, please, Harry. So many companies have engaged in business continuity models. And what they've done is, if there's a fire or a fleet has been destroyed, they've gone into subcontractor engagement contracts, where it is a contingencies, and these trucks also have onboard fleet management in place, so you can route the truck in an alternate route, and you can ensure that the cargo is safe. We found many transport companies have registered with employment agencies that have drivers with experience and credentials. And this is a direct result of people who are too afraid to come to work, and ultimately it affects productivity and deliveries. We find many businesses advising their clients of the business continuity model and the communication plans and deliveries to clients so that businesses are not impacted or deliveries are not hampered. Many clients and suppliers have integrated digital systems so that remote working conditions have now become possible. We find that businesses have now put in force majeure clauses in place, and how it protects businesses is that demurrage and storage bills are not impacted. We find that the asset count is extremely important and stock inventory management, and this has now been put into place and is a new process. With regards to deliveries, we found that customers are replanning, they're rerouting based on a safety model. We found many companies have been able to work remotely with admin, human resources. And what we found is to liaise with the customer and to keep a customer informed, virtual Teams meetings are now very successful. We found contracts and payments received from debtors must not be compromised, and so we're able to manage payment timelessly and maintain business continuity. Next slide, please, Harry. So how did businesses maneuver to change in these unprecedented conditions? What we found is that drivers have been using GPS navigation, so they've been able to deter onto alternative routes. We found transporters who had delays with their suppliers due to the civil unrest, and how did it impact on their procurement? What did transporters do? Transporters had to effect extra credit facilities, and they've opened other supplier accounts so that if there's breakdowns or if there's mechanical failures, they're able to get an alternative supply, and they don't actually hamper the client delivery. They've also had to use different procurement suppliers and spare supplies so that, again, it doesn't hamper on client delivery. We found many transporters, especially in the civil unrest, they've had to work during the day because of safety issues. And so they were able to assist the port in terms of decongesting the port. We found export warehouses and packing clients. They've packed their clients and they've left it at their facilities, but what they had to do is they had to alternate their stacks as they were unable to get their boxes into the stacks in the port. So that's how they accommodated the civil unrest. We found shipping lines move their cargo from the port into their nominated shipping line depots so that the port was able to keep fluid. We found some transporters disinvested in the province and they started running alternate routes or they started running into Africa. Thank you, Harry. The next slide. We found that also many businesses now had to look at how they're going to find a silver lining. So what we found that there's legitimate platforms that businesses have a stronger voice and they're able to collaborate on these platforms with government through various associations such as Harbour Carriers, SARF, SASOA, the Booster platforms. And what we found is because of the financial impact that businesses have gone through and the economy that has been hampered, we find that many businesses are very, very serious about these engagements and they're working with government on these platforms and they're getting into the granular detail and they're trying to assist in terms of finding solutions. So thank you very much. That's it from me. Thank you. Thanks, Harry.
Thank you so much, Sue. Sorry, I just needed to unmute you and everything. Thank you for the excellent presentation. Clearly lots of wisdom talking here. And clearly this is where the techie eats the tar, as they say. Sue, will you be available for the panel discussion?
Yes, I will be.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. I'm sure they're looking forward to engaging with you.
Thank you, Harry.
Right, ladies and gents, that was Sue Woodley. She's the chair of Harbour Carriers Association. Certainly important work they're doing in our supply chain. Our next presenter then is Carly Venter. She's also a gold sponsor of the Transport Forum. Carly, thank you very much for that. She's the Marketplace Strategic Executive, Unitron Supply Chain Solutions. She's going to talk about the role of communication in crisis management. Thank you, Carly.
Thank you, Harry. I'm going to just get my presentation up.
Thank you.
There we go. Right, there we go. Can you see it, Harry?
Excellent, thank you.
Fantastic. So thanks, Harry, for having me today. It is an honor to be a part of the event today. And I want to actually give a big thanks to Sue. She's done a fantastic job to introduce my presentation. So Sue, thanks for that. You highlighted right at the beginning of your discussion the importance of communication and having a risk communication plan. And having those crisis teams in place to assist in terms of sharing of information. So before I start, I also wanted to just point out today that I'm certainly not an expert in crisis management whatsoever. What I will say is that you alluded to it, Harry, that it's usually where the tire hits the tar, as we affectionately say in the transport industry, where things happen. It's those guys that are really the heroes. So I want to acknowledge particularly our Unitron's risk management teams, safety teams, and operational teams today, and the work that they've been doing in weathering the storms that we've had in the last couple of months. Certainly every business out there knows that the last 12 to 18 months it was probably a bit further with COVID, has brought about a whole lot of different crisis situations that we've had to deal with. And so a lot of what I'll share today is knowledge and advice and learnings that I have gathered from those teams and from the people in our business and conversations with them. And maybe also just to acknowledge all the other risk management and SHIC professionals out there, the work that they do and the importance of the roles that they play in business. That's certainly been highlighted in recent times. So maybe to look at what I'm going to go through today, a couple of items. In preparing for today, I had a look at the definition of risk management versus crisis management, and I wanted to share a little bit around that and what I have gleaned in terms of that. We'll talk a bit about business crisis situations, the different categories and types of crisis situations, phases of crisis communication, and then I'll share a couple of learnings from recent crisis management that we have picked up. So to start, what is a crisis? To introduce that, essentially a crisis is any event that threatens an organization's success, its safety, its brand, its sustainability. It's typically situations of uncertainty and discontinuity. And a couple of definitions here. A crisis is a period within a system dynamics characterized by the accentuated accumulation of difficulties. It's a conflicting outburst of tensions, and it makes normal functioning difficult. You cannot operate in a normal way. And typically violent pressures are created and released on a business or on an organization. It's a series of unwanted events at a place of work, which could possibly also lead to strife and disorder within the business and dysfunction. It typically arises unexpectedly and creates feelings of danger and panic. Certainly the recent KZN looting and unrest across the country has created a sense of panic and fear within a number of our staff and people and even our communities. And so crisis leads to doubt and causes harm to both organizations and employees and also communities within which we operate. So what is the difference between risk management and crisis management? When you look at the two concepts, risk management and crisis management is typically very similar to being preventative, having preventative actions and having corrective actions. And so risk includes exposure to danger and harm or loss, but it's typically dangers and possible risks that are known to us. It is the process of identifying and forecasting, assessing and mitigating any activity or event that could harm the business. And it's about processes that are implementing procedures to protect against those effects and impacts, to mitigate their effects. But those impacts are known and identifiable. In the trucking industry, we are always conscious of road safety and accidents, but it's typically a known risk to us. Crisis management, on the other side, is typically unknown events or unforeseen events. We see the crisis word stems from krisis in Greek, which means to judge, to separate, but also to decide. And so crisis management typically involves decision-making and activities performed towards managing and reducing risk events with various origins, and it's typically making decisions as events are unfolding. And that creates a lot of stress and tension. A crisis is an event that risk managers, processes, and structures are unprepared to deal with. It's not a risk that they've seen before. It's unusual or unprecedented in nature, or it's a series of risks that have combined in an unusual combination. A couple of other definitions also say that a crisis is when a risk has an unexpectedly large scale. It's across a large geographic distribution. It's transboundary in nature, in that it crosses physical geographic boundaries, but also impacts multiple stakeholders and authorities. And it typically has relevance across many policy fields and impacts a number of different sectors possibly. An event is also considered a crisis due to its consequences, which stir deep uncertainties and fear and unsettledness. Not having access to basic necessities like food and water and buying up toilet paper in the face of a COVID pandemic Those are examples of that type of fear and panic that's created through crisis. And a crisis also typically challenges government structures and creates tensions between many stakeholders in public and private sectors. So given that definition, I put together a couple of different types of business crisis situations that we face. And Nolene mentioned some of the factors that have been impacting supply chains of late. Certainly we know violence and unrest and terrorism are one of the big areas that present risk sources for us. We all are aware of the COVID pandemic as a health-based crisis, but we've also had other health-based crises in the sense that there's, in our sectors that we operate in, avian influenza is a risk. We've also seen product recalls recently, the likes of Tiger Brands due to quality of packaging. So health-based crisis is something that spreads a number of different areas. Natural disasters, we've seen the Cape fires that we had an impact to, and not too long ago, we also had water shortages in the Cape regions that significantly impacted operations. In the trucking environment, that has a significant impact on our ability to wash vehicles and to keep our businesses running. Labor-related crisis, we've had a number of strikes within the trucking industry with the ATDF that affects operations, and unrest in the trucking industry and road closures impacts our operations significantly. And that's also why we invest in skills development, because and learning and development is a big part of our focus. With the driver environment, skills is so critical, and Sue also alluded to that, to have the correct skill set and have our drivers, professional drivers, trained in all the right mitigating resources. That's so important, and those skills are becoming more scarce in our environments and need to be protected and developed. Financial and sustainability crises, it could happen where businesses don't have access to capital, or they run into liquidity issues with cash flow constraints, creates a crisis. Or in the crisis of investor confidence when results don't meet expectations of investors in the markets. And then lastly, the technology-based crises, like the situation that we've had in the ports and Transnet declaring force majeure, the cyber attacks that they've had to deal with. And so, yes, in crisis situations, we do want to convert and have digital transformation and leverage technology, and I'll touch on that later. But in some situations, you lose connectivity and don't have access to the cloud for information. And so we have to understand, what do we do in those situations where technology is not accessible as a solution? And also looking after marketing in our business, I would be remiss to not mention also the impact of PR crisis in an organization, you know, the effect of social media impact and usage of social media, or PR crisis related to, for example, an oil spill for a big petroleum organization. So those are some of the examples to touch on. And we ask ourselves, how do we deal with these things? How do we deal with this uncertainty, this unprecedented level of uncertainty and crisis that we have faced in recent months? And I would propose that information and access to communication is the key. Essentially, to have access to timely information and to have access to accurate information that allows companies to make decisions in a timely manner, and often can be the difference between survival and can have the impact on life or death. Phases of crisis communication. Having researched this a bit as well, there are many different definitions of it, but most sources have three categories that they refer to: a pre-crisis category, communication within the crisis, and post-crisis communication. But I quite liked the take that Beehive took on phases of crisis communication. They're a strategic communications organization experts, and they talk about 4 phases. They talk about ready, respond, recover, and restore. And these 4 different phases each focus on various elements that communication has to focus on and cater for. When you look at preparedness for a crisis, the pre-crisis stage, it's important to develop knowledge and capacity to effectively anticipate and respond to crises. Now, we've already said that a crisis is an unforeseen event, and so it's something that you can't really anticipate or prepare for. But we would argue that even though you don't know the source, whether it's going to be a fire or an explosion at a refinery or pipeline issues, you could consider the impact of having a fuel shortage situation as an example. And so scenario modeling is important in the pre-crisis phase, in the preparedness phase, and to develop strategies to address those various scenarios that you have identified. And Sue also mentioned training. Crisis teams need to have the training to prepare for those situations and have the plans in place to react when those alternative futures or scenarios do become a reality. Once a crisis materializes, the response phase begins. And here, early warning systems are particularly important to put in place and could save lives if they're implemented effectively. Shared teams need to develop and build their networks, which acts as risk radars and helps to detect emerging threats. You have to be able to communicate outwards, but also receive feedback from your employees and other stakeholders. Response efforts need to be coordinated, monitored, and adapted as the crisis develops through the tactical and strategic oversight of the crisis team at the appropriate level of the organization. Depending on the nature and the scale of the crisis, a crisis team may be a regional team, a global team. It might be created at a business unit level or at an executive level. It's important that outbound communication also creates a sense of calm and must demonstrate control to both staff and customers and other stakeholders. The third phase is the recovery phase, where communication then shifts to messages of stability and what the future looks like now that the crisis is over. Post-crisis communication must motivate and also provide information on what changes have been implemented as a result of the crisis. Although COVID-19 is far from over, we have reached some form of stability, normality, and companies are often asked how have they adapted or changed in order to survive and sustain the COVID-19 pandemic and new normal. And so we need to be able to communicate that and address the future. We have that there is a fourth wave, and that must be focused on restoring confidence in the future of the organization and its growth outlook. Communication in this phase must demonstrate that companies have a vision and have a purpose, and that they have restated their vision and purpose related to the effects of the unrest and the crisis situation. So communication in the third and the fourth phase must provide assurance that recovery is truly underway. And then I've added a fifth phase that I would suggest is also important. As we move through the phases of communication, we build up resilience. And so we have to transition to being more resilient as organizations. And resilience in definition is the ability of a system, a community, an organization or society that is exposed to hazards to resist, absorb, accommodate, and recover from the effects of that hazard and crisis in an efficient and timely manner. And that becomes important as a focus area for businesses going forward. And I come to the section of my presentation where I'd like to share some learnings just from our organization. And I've used the word crisis to categorize those learnings. And so I'll go through each of the letters and add a couple of notes around what some of the learnings are that we have tabled as from our own experience. So starting with C, confirm. I think we live in an age of misinformation and information overload. And so it is so important during a crisis to have access to accurate information. It's so critical. And we've seen the effects of social media and fake news out there, and it creates challenges for our risk and crisis management teams. And so fact checking and ensuring the reliability and validity of information becomes absolutely critical. And we have to put measures and processes in place that allows us to confirm validity and check the credibility of information. We've also learned through our teams that we need to be consistent when we are communicating. When we are communicating consistently and clearly with our teams, with our shareholders, with our stakeholders, our communities, that builds credibility and trust. Just consider if a company has a crisis of an environmental issue, like an oil spill, and they initially deny accountability and later then acknowledge responsibility, that just breaks down trust across the board. So it's important to be consistent and to be have integrity in terms of communication. The third one is culture. We have, as Unitrans, we focus a lot on building our culture and having a culture of trust and openness. And so a strong communication culture could be the deciding factor determining if an organization is able to weather a storm or a crisis. And then lastly, the collaborate. We cannot underestimate the value of partnerships. And there's so many of the partnerships and role players on this event today, the role of agencies, government bodies, security companies, NGOs, and in our industry, particularly the Road Freight Association has played a significant role for us in assisting with sourcing of information, sharing of information, being a voice, and validating information. And so that becomes very important to focus on as well and build those relationships and partnerships. Then we get to the R. From an R, it's focus on rapid response. In a crisis situation, the speed at which information is made available and the speed at which decisions are made can make a dramatic difference. And so decentralizing and empowering teams to allow them to make real-time decisions and act quickly, that is critically important. And the rapid flow of accurate information is key. In our own organization, with each of the crisis situations that we faced, we have put together communication strategies, particular frequencies around when we get together, who gets together, what information is shared, and that becomes absolutely critically important. The next thing is then the roles and responsibilities. As part of a response plan and communication plan, to know who's responsible, who's accountable, who needs to be consulted, who needs to be informed, and to have that defined and documented. And then also to have established rules and relevance, have communication rules and policies in place to control what can and cannot be shared on various communication platforms, whether that's social media or WhatsApp or public available information platforms. Then we get to the I, identify. And here I focused on building your crisis communication plan and asking a couple of questions, identifying how many people have been affected, what are the valuable assets and interests at stake, how might this crisis develop, what are the capabilities that we need to have in place in the field. Ask yourself what is the nature of the crisis, what type of information do we need. We have to ask who has the information, who needs the information. And then we have to ask, where is the crisis? As we said, is it regional? Is it national? And how? How will we receive information? How often do we need it? And for how long? And monitoring systems and situation reports from all operational entities should be gathered to inform the crisis team and to inform these questions. Information and communication systems, as well as standard reporting protocols, must be established as part of the communication plan to share information on the situation. Then we get to S, structure. Identify the crisis teams with the correct skills to address the situation. Different crisis scenarios and events require different skill sets and different approaches. And therefore, we have to have clear communication strategies for each of those approaches. It helps to establish an emergency situation room, even if that is a virtual emergency situation room. And it's important within a crisis situation to demonstrate visible leadership and decisive action. When we are looking at staff communication, it's important to give regular communication to all your staff outside the crisis management team to avoid panic and to keep everybody calm and to give clarity around the situation. And then the last one, scenarios and strategies, to train the crisis management teams on the various possible scenarios and futures, and then to build relevant response plans and communication strategies around that. Clem Santer is one of South Africa's most highly regarded scenario planners and strategists, and he's a person that one can learn a lot from in terms of developing creative solutions to address problems that we cannot define in a box. The next I, we focus on innovate, to leverage technology to speed up and improve the quality of information. And we've seen that in our organization by leveraging business intelligence tools to develop dashboards, to understand the impact that that's had, both the pandemic and unrest, on our productivity, on our levels of activity, and what that has an impact in terms of our revenue outlook and our growth outlook. The role of a centralized control tower and center for excellence for business innovation. In our organization, we have seen this as one of the most valuable investments that we have made. The access of a centralized control tower to talk to our drivers, to identify risk areas. When our risk management teams identify those hot spots or no-go areas, that is communicated to our centralized control tower. Those no-go zones are then recognized on our systems, and our drivers are notified, and they know to redirect, as Sue also indicated, to different routes to avoid the risk areas, to protect assets, to protect themselves, our drivers, and also the goods that we are transporting on the roads on behalf of our customers. And so it's important to then also identify who the drivers and vehicles are that are in those areas and have plans in terms of getting them to safety. Impact, to understand and communicate the impact to all our stakeholders out there, employees, customers, our communities. And so it's important to invest in those measurement tools and technologies. And then lastly, the last S is almost the most important. In all crisis situations, safety must be the first and foremost priority. Decision-making must be based on ethical principles of accountability and responsibility. In a crisis, information is as important to people as food and water, because it literally can mean the difference between life and death. And then in summary, I want to just highlight a couple of the heroes that I mentioned right at the beginning of the presentation. This is Matthew Redmead, one of our operations managers, and I'll share some of the thoughts that he shared with me in conversation. And he says that leadership is vital in crisis situations, and that we have to act decisively and quickly. An hour or two just may be too late. During uncertain and worrying times, people and employees find comfort in knowing someone is in charge and in control. He says, be engaged and hands-on, stay positive, be real, adopt a can-do attitude, but also be flexible. Have a plan. It's important to have a plan, but know that today's plan may not be the best plan tomorrow. And during a crisis, the parameters are constantly changing, and being able to react to those changes is key. And then I also highlight Alvain Chetty. He's a contract manager in our business. And he says that it's so important to build trust, to build the team around you, because that will form a strong foundation that will support the company during times of crisis and uncertainty. Have a proactive approach, engaging with staff and providing training and skills development programs. And then something that I thought was really profound, he said, listen with humility and respond with courage. These are our heroes that are out there and that are living within the crisis and responding to them. And we honor and acknowledge and appreciate and value them. And finally, in conclusion, if you can't communicate, you can't recover. And that is my summary, Harry. Thank you.
Carly, thank you so much for a very good presentation. We can clearly see now why Unitrans is such a good organization, well organized and effective. And I'm quite sure lots of people want to do business with you guys. Clearly, you know what you're doing. Thank you very much for this. Hopefully, you'll be available for questions and answers.
Yes, sure, I will be.
Thank you, Carly. Really appreciate it.
No problem.
Okay, ladies and gents, as we told you before in the email that we had a change in the program. So we're now going to have Mr. Glenn Stein. He's from Ease of Doing Business Project Manager for Port of Cape Town, from Western Cape Department of Economic Development and Tourism. And then Glenn is going to talk about synchronization in the port logistics chain. Thank you, Glenn. We've been looking forward to listening to you. Thank you so much.
Morning, Harry, dear panel members, dear delegates. Thank you for your attention. Harry, did you say you wouldn't mind sharing screen for me and just confirm that I'm audible?
You're audible and I'm busy sharing the screen.
Fantastic. Thanks, Carly. That was a huge presentation and so many touch points with what I'm hoping to say. I wish I could do it as eloquently as you. I'm going to ask and invite approval to perhaps share a few reflections, because in my experience, we cannot do justice to a topic like synchronizing a port logistics chain in 25 minutes. It's just too complex a topic, but if it's okay with everyone, I will invite you to sit back, create an atmosphere around you that's conducive for reflection. 2 or 3 deep breaths, shake all tension out of your neck and shoulders, get a beverage of your choice if you like, and let's go. Harry, do I need to put a video on, or is everything okay?
Then if you can switch on your own video that we can see your face, is that possible? There we
I don't
go.
know if that face is anything to look at. I'd rather direct your attention to the screen, to a really beautiful port of Cape Town, and very little that beats a good day in Cape Town. For those who don't know, it's the container terminal in the foreground, the tanker basin in the middle, ship repair to your left, and then the multi-purpose terminal at the other end before you get into that really magnificent City Bowl and Table Mountain. Harry, I would like to structure the next few minutes around 4-5 topics, if you like, perhaps starting with a conversation about what I might call the classic approach to logistics chain synchronization, but then immediately turning around and asking what challenges there are to that classic approach. So it's almost the what should be and what actually is kind of structure. And then perhaps share a few thoughts on the compelling logic for intervention that's emerging in the Port of Cape Town. And then a big touch point in my view with what Carly has said, this shout for leadership, and some concluding remarks based on the 4 topics ahead. So if that's okay, we can just do a eagle flight over what we might call the classic approach. So once again, 5 points. And then who can argue with collaboration or with the need for collaboration? So what you will notice in all 5 of these is there's a verb. There's a action item, assuming that someone or some structure is going to facilitate. So someone would encourage collaboration. There's no doubt that collaboration is the ideal situation. Even if we think back, I probably can go further, more years back than most people in this room, of our school maths classes where we were taught about set theory and about Venn diagrams and about how ideal it is to find centripetal forces rather than centrifugal forces. So how you consolidate, how you find a space even among competitors where they can cooperate, and how much stronger a platform you can build from that common space for levels of service delivery and for levels of efficiency. And then our second point, the issue of visibility. Which cargo owner does not want to be able to see where their cargo is? And which carrier does not want to know where they take over responsibility and at what point they hand over responsibility of that cargo? So almost goes without saying, you need visibility in a logistics chain. And then how data is the basis of all of that, collecting it as real time as possible. And once again, as some of our previous speakers have already alluded, how things are happening faster and faster, and how historic information is perhaps useful for trend analysis, but its usefulness for decision making is perhaps questionable if we don't have real-time data, and obviously how reliable that data must be, considering how many errors can creep in, and how difficult it often is to integrate different data sets. So who can argue with the importance of collecting and analyzing reliable data in real time? And then obviously the monitoring, assuming that there is some capability within this organization to make sense of the data and to act when action has to be taken, and then to have almost the luxury, if you like, considering that we're talking about reflection, to be able to sit back from time to time, just get some distance between you and the issue. And even if you're doing well, considering whether you can do even better. And certainly if you're not doing well, considering how you can get out of that vicious cycle. So I would like to now, in a way, challenge this ideal, this classic approach, and say, but what really happens in the messy environment of logistics chains, and particularly in a port logistics chain? I often wonder whether that chain is more messy than most others. So rather than have this almost clinical and pure situation that the classic approach suggests, in a port logistics chain, you have a very wide range, multiple organizations, and often quite exclusive. You would assume, if you were not informed, that a logistics chain can only be functional if the connections between the agencies in the chain are fairly seamless. And a person with that assumption might be horrified to see how most of these chains actually work, or in most cases kind of just hold together but don't really function properly. So some agencies within a logistics chain may be closer to each other than to others, and there may even be marginalized agencies within the chain. I think of transporters, for example, and it's interesting that Carly's presentation was from a Unitrans perspective. I often feel that the transporters are, in a way, the stepchildren in logistics chains. They just have to fit in between the major or the senior agencies and somehow constantly recalibrate to the reality of the day. So that those comments of the person that Carly shared with us, they seem to me to be so appropriate. So if we have this reality of almost fractured relationships between agencies in a logistics chain, and then on top of that, you have defensive cultures, organization cultures among those agencies with sensitivities about pointing deficiencies out to each other, then that becomes incredibly difficult to achieve the performance levels that an economy would require. Defensive cultures are normally lacking in transparency. They normally don't like to share data, even if they are the holders of the data. And blame shifting is a classic feature of defensive cultures. That does not make logistics chain synchronization very easy or even feasible. And then on top of that, and I'm sorry that I have to share this cocktail of toxicity in a time when we are hoping to sit back and reflect and perhaps have a beverage of better standard. So in an organization or in a structure like a logistics chain that is not mechanical, so there are people, there are organizations with different decision-making defaults, different ways of interpreting issues, even different objectives. And dare I say, in some cases, objectives that are not fully aligned. Even value systems, I mean, how one interprets the importance of a tea break or a lunch break and how the other one interprets that importance. So it ranges from critical strategic issues to daily operational issues that impact significantly on the logistics chain. So the question arises, how easy or how meaningful is it to promote synchronization in a logistics chain when that chain comprises of organizations with such different points of departure and interpretations as is possible in most of the chains that we work with, and certainly most of the important chains. And then there's the issue of scale. So if the complexity at the horizontal level of integration in a logistics chain like a port was not daunting enough, we still then have this, if you like, this vertical complexity. So no port operations or any operations, if you like, operate in isolation. That particular port is part of a system, nationally, regionally, so in our case, sub-Saharan Africa, but even globally, almost every route that moves through service from Cape Town connects with global ports. Even that shipping line service is a global service. And then there's the issue of disruption. So the reality is that disruptions are almost presenting themselves at an increasing pace. And they're not coming only in the form of weather disruptions or IT challenges. They're coming in all manner of forms, even social unrest. And it's almost as if the pace or the frequency of the disruptions have increased to such an extent that the disruption is the norm rather than the exception. So the reality is almost that we don't have a crisis and then a calm and then a next crisis. The reality is that crises have become the way I think that most organizations work. And how that is managed and how that is catered for and how that is factored into the synchronization of logistics chains, I think has become really important. So, Harry, we can go to the next one. If I can share with you just in a minute or two how we in Cape Town, in Port of Cape Town, are trying to deal with what I've just said, this reality of wanting to synchronize a supply chain or a logistics chain, but dealing with all those challenges. So the trigger for provincial government to get involved in this particular logistics chain was the divergence, if you like, between the volumes of cargo that business wanted to move and how those volumes are growing every year, and the capacity that we have in the port for maritime services to be delivered. So there was this disequilibrium, if you like, that I'm trying to illustrate with that simple supply and demand weight difference on the scale. So the logic behind this is that there's a direct correlation between cargo flows and economic growth. And we see this logic being communicated increasingly in World Bank and United Nations Commission for Trade documentation. It's an econometric reality for those who care to have a look at that. And the same causal relationships exist between economic growth and job creation, and between job creation and poverty reduction. And when we talk about poverty reduction, we have to also talk about improving quality of life. And those scenarios find expression in times like this when the alternatives are almost too ghastly to contemplate, and we see the impact of the alternatives on disruptions in supply chains. So where Western Cape government started when presented with these challenges was to arrange a port stakeholder workshop, getting everyone, admittedly at the horizontal level of or the local level, if you like, of the port logistics chain into one room, which was already a challenge considering how much trust had already broken down, how much aggression there already was between the participants in this logistics chain. But having worked through the issues in that room, with almost everyone represented, everyone in that chain represented, we got to a point where collectively interventions were prioritized and adopted. And there was a legitimacy in those interventions in the sense that they were generated from the agencies in that logistics chain. And before I share with you 8 or 9 of those priorities that we are currently working on, I would like to just draw your attention to our understanding that the principal challenge was the institutional vacuum. So I was drawing your attention to the verb in the classic approach, where it was assumed that someone would be intervening and facilitating. So if there's a vacuum above the logistics chain as an organization beyond the individual organizations, then who would be facilitating that collaboration? So we can go to the next slide, Harry. So 9 of the priorities that we are working on now and that we report back to that port stakeholder workshop every year. The first one was data integration, as you would understand. And so we seem to come back to that classic approach all the time. And what we find is that data is presented in different formats and even created in different styles. So integration becomes a huge challenge. I think Jolene is probably going to take us a little deeper into this. She's given us tremendous help with starting this on the fruit export side. And the intention is to create a model that would assist the terminal to improve the accuracy of their preparation. Harry, how much time do I have left?
5 minutes, Glenn.
Okay, I won't be able to take you through all these priorities then. Synchronization is one of our priorities. We initially thought it was just an issue of getting the working hours synchronized between depots and terminal, pack houses and cold chains, but it turned out to be far beyond just working hours. Processes, even something as basic as whether an empty container is available. But given the 5 minutes, I'm going to just fly you over transporters and the congestion of trucks, improved communication. So I could almost take the whole of Carly's presentation and just fit it into priority number 4, and there's more to it than that. Equipment augmentation. So here we get back to the principal challenge that the service level is not calibrated to the volumes of cargo that want to flow. And part of that constriction, if you like, on the service level is equipment. And part of that is that the fleet is inadequate, but even the existing fleet is past useful life. So the breakdowns in existing fleet are compromising the service level. Cost of doing business, generating the evidence to be able to decide on interventions, and not just the direct cost, but the cost of delays. And then critically, how we align strategies. Within organizations, often strategies are not aligned, especially in a huge organization like Transnet, but even between, say, a provincial government, a national government, a Transnet, and a city. And the expression of that strategy alignment finds, or it has to land in a critical issue like property utilization. So around a port, there would be Transnet property, and city would have certain aspirations, but those need to be synchronized. And then global best practice indicator measurement pools, I think all of this together to agree on what those measures will be and then to track those measures. Harry, let's go to what I think is so here's the shout out for leadership. Here's the cry. And it's interesting if you look at the 2021 top risk identification for South Africa, that authentic leadership is considered to be the biggest, or the lack of authentic leadership is the biggest risk in the country. And failure in governance is the second biggest risk. So I would argue that intervention at the level of the port has found common ground, and there is some progress in promoting collaboration, but the intensity of this disequilibrium between the cargoes that wants to flow with all the economic development potential that's behind that, and the ability to provide a service, that divergence is still growing. So almost the environment we're in now is so much more critical or so much more challenging than the environment a year ago. Shouting out for leadership, not just at the level of local operation integration, but stretching right through to national, regional, and global supply chain synchronization. We are seeing that the World Bank is beginning to take some lead, especially with that container terminal competitiveness index, but their reach at the operational level is limited. So it's as if the logistics chains are calling out for a similar response, but from a more local level. So my own view is that the legitimate coach type of model with expert assistance gives us something to reflect about as a potential solution. Harry, we can go to the last slide. I believe I have a minute left. So in concluding, Harry and colleagues, so synchronization is an imperative. It can unlock potential and it can mitigate risks. But complex logistics chains, such as those that apply in a port, suffer from an institutional vacuum above the organization level, at the logistics chain level. There's a space that needs to be filled with legitimate leadership. So we often have really profound management expertise in some of the organizations in the chain, but the chain itself, the bigger organization, if you like, institution, that's where an intervention is required. And that intervention cannot be merely mechanical. A leadership, coaching leadership type of model, I believe, is essential as an intervention to lift the level of performance and the level of efficiency of our port logistics chains to where it needs to be to achieve our aspirations of growth, export, job creation, higher quality of life. And some of the features or the parameters that leadership intervention need to respond to is the capability to work between short-term necessities and long-term requirements, operational understanding, but also strategic insight, local grounding, but also a global reach, being able to effectively react to a short-term crisis, but also be proactive to prevent future crises, sufficiently agile to adjust a program when it has to be adjusted, but sufficiently systematic to gather momentum and to sustain momentum. So Harry, I appreciate the few minutes I had to engage with you and with the colleagues and to share. I hope this reflection was of value, and I look forward to further engagements, and good luck to everyone with all your own challenges. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Len. This is the bigger picture, and we need a lot of this and a lot of your wisdom. Thank you so much, Len, for sharing with us. Len, can I ask to keep your camera on, and the rest of the panel that we can go to the questions and answers now. So Prof. Nolene Pisa, Sue Moodley, Carly Venter, and Len, they can turn on their cameras, and I'm going to bring you into the panel. Just give me a moment for that. Just looking for Prof. Nolene quickly. There we go. There we go. Great. Ladies and gents, you're welcome now to send questions to the panelists. And either in the chat room, but preferably if you go to the bottom of your screen, you'll see there's a reactions option. There you can use the raise hand function. and you're welcome to raise your hand, and then I will recognize you. And then you can ask the question, you know, when I've recognized you. Yeah, you can ask a question to the panel as a whole or to one members of the panel. At the end of the session, we will then ask closing remarks from each member of the panel. So can we see your hands? The guys on YouTube, you're welcome to text questions also for the panelists, and we will then recognize you. Let's give them a few seconds. Seems to me the audience is stunned by your presentations. Well, they will come now. See, they are commenting, you guys in the chat room. They're very impressed with our panelists. Okay, maybe I can then start asking questions. We don't get questions from the audience. Let me throw up one question, and that is, what do you think is our immediate next steps to enhance a corridor in South Africa? And if looking at our political and social and so on landscape, what's our next steps, our immediate important next steps to fix this? Sue, are you brave enough to take this one first?
Thank you very much, Harry. So my view is we've started engaging on so many platforms, and I think that's where we actually very lucky. We've got those platforms, the BUSA, the NEDLAC platforms. We had John with us earlier. And what makes it so phenomenal is in these platforms, from a private and a government perspective, we're able to collaborate. And I think I did say it at the end of my presentation, and John even said it, on Wednesdays, we all sit together, how we're going to unlock any bottlenecks or anything that we see that is, stopping the supply chain as such. And what's great about these forums is that you've got the sea freight people involved, you've got landside, you've got Transnet, you've got the various corridors, you've got associations from the borders. So you've got a platform which is very, it's very collaborative and everyone's listening in. So I think at that engagement level, you're able to unlock a lot of opportunities. So I think it's on those platforms that you can get that feedback.
Thank you, Sue. Much appreciated. Carly, perhaps?
Harry, I can just echo what Sue said, and I think we've been doing that the whole day. Both Glenn as well. I think we've all acknowledged just that collaboration is probably key moving forward, and that Glenn mentioned that, you know, there's pockets of excellence and efforts, but it has to be at a collective level to really move our corridors and our different channels forward. So yeah, I think that is the key for us going forward.
Yep. Thank you, Carly. Glenn, want to add something? Immediate next steps.
Yeah, I think immediate next steps is some kind of coalition of willing leaders with expert backup, who can almost do a type of a pilot, if you like, or create the core of a structure that eventually can be built on. So I anticipate something like what you've begun with this transport forum, Harry. I think there's so much capability in a structure like yours as a objective starting point. And if we could build from that and almost initially just draw in a select coalition of the willing to get a process started. You know, I'm a personal fan of what they call the PDIA approach, the Harvard approach, where you just get a legitimate start and then take the first step. And then once you've taken that step, you'll get better visibility and line of sight, and you're in a position to to develop your next step. I think steps 1 and 2 need to be in good faith. So I see something like the establishment of a structure at a mezzo level, somewhere between local and global, who can take all these gems that were shared with us this morning, pull it together into an action plan, select one of 2 of those critical logistics chains, and apply this wisdom to it, and we'll learn as we go, and then we share the learning with the other logistics chains, something like that.
Great stuff there. Thank you, and thank you for mentioning the Transport Forum. I'm so privileged. All your support making the Transport Forum possible. Now, thank you very much for that, Lena, as well. Prof. Nalin, you want to add something, perhaps? Doesn't seem the Pro want to add something. Let's give Judy Everett. Judy, you can unmute and ask your question.
Yes, thank you, and good day, everybody. Just a note, and Glenn, you're aware of the work that we're currently undertaking as different work groups under Operation Pakisa. And it's basically small working groups that are meeting all within different spheres of the logistics chain, the port chain, etc. So, Sue, the information that you've got with regards to the meetings that you hold, that type of information would be very, very relevant to the Operation Pakisa working groups, because the current situation is that all the small working groups are currently busy with SWOT analysis. And so with the SWOT analysis, it's taking into account every single port. So it's not just the major ports, the cargo ports, it's also the small harbors, it's also the recreational ports, how that then kind of gets uplifted. It's also taking into account, the working group is taking into account the development with regards to rail links. So we know that that's a bit of a backlog. There's also discussions currently around the road freight as well. I think, Harry, you're on one of the forums. So when we talk about the collaborative affairs, I think that's really where we're missing the boat, because there's so many different organizations, different projects that are happening. And yet there's just very much like what Glenn said, there's no central overview that's actually taking place. So I think forums like this are relevant, where we need to share that type of information and share those links. And then people can actually tie into that and share their information, or even become part of the process, which I'm hoping eventually at some stage will then go into an organization that'll have a singular overview. So thank you. That's my input.
Thank you, Judy. Very important input. I don't know if one of the panelists want to respond to that, and then thereafter we can get to Nalin Pisa. So Prof. Pisa, maybe you can respond. I see your hand is up.
Sorry, Harry, my finger was not fast enough to the unmute button previously. No, I think I echo the sentiments of the other panelists. What is lacking is a platform for collaboration to be effected, supported by policy and institutions that ensure that those collaborative activities are fully supported from the legal, financial, and various realms. So I think it's just a repetition of what everybody has said. You know, collaboration is key. There are a lot of great work being done already. It's important for government, academia, and industry to be put together and to create that enabling environment and showcase examples of the good work that's being done, as a soundboard and as a starting point for other role players in the industry. Thank you, Harry.
Thank you, Prof. Absolutely. All right, let me just see here. I was just thinking about, for example, ARIA, the African Rail Industry Association, and then the work they are doing to get third-party access, onto rail. But I'm also thinking, for example, the draft white paper for rail policy for South Africa and so on, calling upon, more competitive approach and allowing the private sector to closer collaborate. And that we really think of what's the real role government should play in the supply chain in terms of regulation, participation, platform for commerce, providing infrastructure. And sometimes politics, comes in, and it's really, it's problematic. Should the focus not be where it should be? John Rocha surely is a good example of good government practices, and best practices in really collaborating closely with private sector. But maybe let's hear from maybe one or two of the panelists. Where do you think we are on this stage in terms of private sector access to infrastructure and operations in the supply chain?
So, Harry, I cannot pretend to speak on behalf of Western Cape government. I work for them, but it doesn't make me a spokesman for them. So, but I have no doubt that the future requires a closer working relationship between government and the private sector. I think and the type of crises we are faced with, the type of disruptions that I think most organizations need to begin to understand are going to be the norm rather than the exception, require a working relationship that is more team-based. It's a relationship where the private sector doesn't necessarily have the means to intervene and change its environment on its own. So whilst we have a South Africa that we have with so many important functionalities, especially transport functionalities that are almost the domain of government, I think we can only envisage an effective and efficient logistics chain if there's that closer working relationship between the two. And even more transparency, almost more a public-private partnership type of approach. And I think it requires a different understanding of the concept of regulation. I think historically the regulator was almost the one who came with a big hammer and drew hard lines of where the playing field is. And I think a regulation going forward has to be a far more delicate type of facilitation role rather than that keep everyone separate, that defensive type of mindset. So I think how government sees itself in the economy and how the economy sees government, I think those are critical values and interpretations that we might need to challenge and think about. But obviously, if we talk this type of language, then it means government and business need to stand toe-to-toe with each other in terms of expertise. So I think that's how Japan built itself from a second world country to a first world country. They sent their engineers to the best auto engineering companies of the world and to the best software engineering companies of the world. And they brought those skills back and introduced them into the various government departments. So an official in the Japanese Ministry of Trade and Industry could talk as professionally about software engineering as anyone in Toshiba or whatever the company in Japan was. So when we're talking this sort of language, we are presupposing that we can develop that kind of professional understanding in the different sectors of our society. Thanks.
Thank you, Glenn. Guys, let's move over to closing remarks. Let's ask Sue to start with a few closing remarks, and then Carly, and then we have Glenn again, and then Pisa. So Sue, some closing comments, please, just for this portion of the event.
Thank you very much, Harry. From my presentation, how I would like to close is by saying that after we've had the July rights, I think it's made business review the way it's actually been working. And it's given a lot of businesses an opportunity to relook, as I said in my presentation, at the way they actually doing business, their risk, the infrastructure, their costing models, their communication models. And I think it's something that we hadn't had to do previously, but it's something that we have to do now in order to keep ourselves sustainable. So I think this exercise gave me a lot of insight. When I was doing my presentation, I had the opportunities of speaking to many companies that were looted, that were burnt. So my findings and research came from actual events that did take place, and along with obviously looking at the global economy and seeing how civil unrest did impact on other countries and where South Africa was in comparison to other countries, and where we're trending on the same path, and how are we actually reviewing our situation. So I think we take great learnings from this. And that's it from me. Thank you so much.
Indeed, thank you, Sue. Much appreciated your time. Let's take Carly.
Thanks, Harry. Yeah, I think just for me, in closing remarks, these types of events are just so valuable. And I think Glenn mentioned it, from a transport and supply chain service provider view, we are so dependent on all the infrastructure and the corridors and the role players along those routes and supply chains and value chains to perform our roles and to add value to our customers. So we are exceptionally grateful opportunity to engage in these forums and learn from the likes of Sue and Glenn and John. And so we thank you, Harry, as well for creating the platforms for communication. Hope going forward that we will be able to create more of these platforms at a greater scale and create those overarching platforms for communication that builds trust and open communication, so that we don't just do the blame shifting as Glenn has, but rather work together and collaborate to create a better future, given all the situations that we face on an ongoing basis. So thank you, and thank you to other panelists as well. I've learned a lot from all of you today.
Indeed, thank you, Carly. Really appreciate your time as well. Glenn.
Harry, I would be very keen if you are willing for us to have a bit of a post webinar conversation, yourself and our panel members, to just do a bit of a diagnostic on what came out, and just to reflect a bit on how we can possibly work together to propose a next step, a meaningful step. And I'm convinced that my bosses would be willing to contribute to such an initiative. Thanks.
Thank you, Glenn. I see they're nodding. So we will definitely contact you guys afterwards. Thank you very much, Glenn. We'll set that up. Thank you for that idea. Prof. Pisa.
Thank you, Harry. I think from my end, my closing remarks are that as a starting point, COVID-19 has made businesses and academia ourselves reflect and realize that we are more agile than we actually are. Amazing strategies have come forth and have been implemented overnight as a matter of the need to survive. Similarly, with the looting incidences, businesses have had to reinvent themselves, and they've had to dig deep to find ways to remain in business and to remain economically viable. I think this demonstrates that agility and flexibility are inherent in business operations and in our way of thinking. There's a lot of scope for collaboration and for all of these learnings to enhance the efficiencies and effectivenesses of business. And obviously from a research point of view, new areas have opened up for us to explore. And I think the presentations today demonstrate that there are a lot of learnings from industry that can be documented and that we can continue to learn from. Thank you, Harry.
Indeed, thank you so much to our host, Prof. Risa. Really appreciate that. Ladies and gents, let's give our panelists a big hand for being such a great panel. Fortunately, our event is not over yet. We've got the second portion of excellent 3 presentations lying ahead, which we are looking forward to. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take a short break till 12 o'clock, and then we're going to take on the second portion of this event. So thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you guys in about 10 minutes' time. Thank you so much to everybody so far.
Thanks, Harry.
Thank you, Harry, so much.
Thank you.
Hi, Shifa. How are you? Good, thanks. Are you in the office? Oh, no, I wanted us to maybe discuss that tender process.
Let's start the second portion of this event. Let's take up our seats again. I'm giving you a few seconds. We are still talking importance of agile supply chains in the face of civil unrest. It's the 2nd of September 2021. Still being proudly hosted by University of Johannesburg's Transport and Supply Chain Division. Our next presenter then this afternoon is Louise Widget. She's the Managing Director of Global Trade Solution. They're also a gold sponsor of the Transport Forum. And Louise is going to talk to us about the retail industry, adversity changed into triumph, a case study. Thank you, Louise.
Good afternoon, Harry and colleagues. I hope everybody is well. And Harry, thank you once again for the opportunity to share with the colleagues and to share some insight and also be part of the discussion around it. So really today, I'm going to be focusing on the retail industry and just see how the retail industry, what was some of the things that really the retail industry did to support this process through this violence. And it's actually a very funny situation because the experiences with COVID and the adaptations that the retail industry made during the COVID period actually served it incredibly well during the period of the violence. So a lot of the lessons that the retail industry learned and the adaptations that they did during the COVID period actually stood them in very good stead during the period of the violence. So thank you, Harry. I'm going to ask you to just change the slide. I think if we look at the global supply chain disruptors in the past 18 months, for any of us that has not got a substantial amount of grey hairs, it will be a surprise. We've had a number of what we typically refer to as black swan events. COVID has been one of those. There's been a lot of geopolitical disruptions, really things like Brexit. I think the impact of Brexit is really being felt now. A lot of environmental disruptions across the globe, also here in South Africa. Cyber attacks, I don't really want to talk much about that after our Transnet situation that we experienced. And then we've had these funny Suez Canal disruptions. There's been broader conflict, if you look on the geopolitical event between China and the USA, India-China border conflict, flooding across Europe, flooding on the continent in Africa, and also flooding here on our own front. There's been fuel supply disruptions across the globe. A lot of cyber attacks, ransomware attacks have actually become commonplace. So the environment in which we operate over the last 18 months has really been very disruptive. And in a way, as I said, it has prepared us for what happened with the violence that erupted in KwaZulu-Natal and in Gauteng. Thank you, Harry. Next slide. If we then look on a local level, as I mentioned, we also had our own black swan events, the civil unrest. I think prior to that, we also had a lot of truck burning. The truck industry has actually been under attack for the past 18 months, really with a lot of attacks across the country, and then culminating in the N3 attacks. We've had a lot of damage to key infrastructure, geopolitical, national lockdowns, the on-off border closures. For example, again, we have COVID cases and the borders close at very short notice, and it's quite disruptive. Our liquor and tobacco bans, strikes, the unrest and the violence, environmental, there's parts of South Africa that are still under huge drought situation in the Eastern Cape. And then other areas where we've had floodings, and even recently in Cape Town, a little bit of snow. We've had our own cyber attack issues, so I don't think we've, from a South African perspective, really been let off the hook in terms of this disruption over the past 18 months. Thank you, Harry. So really one has to ask what's next. And if you look at 2022, and I thought this was very appropriate, I think all of us are actually standing a little bit back and using a poll to open the door. It is September already, so we're not far off from what 2022, when 2022 will start. And especially from a retail industry, for you that do not work in the retail industry, maybe the retail peak has already started. We always say from September onwards, most of the retail companies go into some form of system freeze. They're focusing now on core peak period, which is obviously Black Friday has become a very big sales period for the retail industry. And then the second wave is into the Christmas period. And then very funny, which a lot of people don't really know, but a very big period also, an important period to the retail industry is also the back to school period. Those first 2 or 3 weeks in January has become a very big peak trading period for a lot of the retailers. And therefore, from now until really end of February, early March, is a very busy period in the retail industry. And unfortunately, the preparations for the retail industry leading up to this period has been severely impacted and disrupted by what happened in June and July in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng. Obviously, there's been a lot of delays, a lot of disruption, and the big thing, and I think the previous speakers also touched on it, was that there has to be a lot of agility in the supply chain. People have had to think on their feet, make plans as we go along, and that really has now set us up for what is coming in 2022, and is the plans that we made and the adjustments that we made sufficient for us to handle 2022. Thank you, Harry. So the big thing with the disruptions is really that it has had a severe impact on the business, not just one side of the business, but it's impacted the 3 core elements of the business, which is our sustainability, our profitability, and our cash flow. And those are really the 3 pillars of the business environment. And across all these pillars, we've had an impact. Thanks, Harry. Next slide. So if we look then at a case study in terms of the violence and the disruption, if we look what's changed, you'll see as we step through the slide, virtually every single aspect of our supply chain has been touched. Material availability. I don't know if any of you are Marmite or Bovril fans, but currently you'll see that it's virtually impossible to get Marmite on any shelves. Bovril is also rapidly running out. And the reason for that is that the biggest yeast supplier in Durban was impacted by the violence, which actually impacted the rest of the supply chain and the actual availability of the product on the shelf. Thank you, Harry. Demand also, as we know, people started either not being able to buy or started doing bulk buying, but also bulk buying of different products to what they normally buy, because they had to look at whether the products have got a longer lifespan. So the demand was very much disrupted. Thank you, Harry. What was the impact on prices and cost? Obviously, we realized our exchange rate, all the gains that we made in the previous months was wiped out virtually within a very short period. That impacted prices and cost. Now, to link that back again into the retail environment, if you did your import costing based on an exchange rate of 15 and you end up with an exchange rate of 17 when the goods land, it really has a detrimental impact on your cost. Thanks, Harry. Next one. Transport constraints. I think Sue very eloquently shared with us what was the constraints in the transport industry. And as we said, there were also constraints across the industry leading up to this. So people really had to adjust the way that they move goods from A to B, not just in the local environment, but also in the international environment. Thank you, Harry. Next one. And then labor. Labor was severely impacted. I think for me, that was the biggest eye-opener, if I can put it like that, is either people couldn't get to work, or people that were at work when the violence started couldn't get home. So suddenly you had to make provisions and make plans for people to sleep in certain places where there isn't actually really sleeping accommodation available. You know, your whole shift roster went out. You know, you had to make provision for these people to be able to eat, be comfortable, be safe. All of that had a very big impact on the retail environment. Thank you, Harry. And of course, it impacted our profit and our cash flow. So ultimately, we sat with a very, very difficult scenario. Thanks. Next slide, Harry. So really, when we have to look at what happened within the retail industry, we have to look at the leaders. And the trend that started with the COVID pandemic since early last year actually ran through into 2021 and also enabled us to work through the pandemic. I think, and I'm going to touch on each of these trends, and these are really within the retail space. If we look at purpose-driven organizations, and I'll explain and touch on that a little bit later. Harry, if you could just go one back. Customer-driven business transformation, and then also digital-first supply chain. Thank you very much, Harry. So if we look at purpose-driven organizations, supply chains has really become, I don't want to say the center of the universe, but it is the intersection of where the people, the planet, and the purpose comes together. And factors that have now, over the last 18 months, become integral to the supply chain is things like sustainability, doing well by doing good, a mantra, things like circular economy, green initiatives. All of these factors have become part and parcel of our supply chain thinking. And then last, the one that I highlighted in red is diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I think that is the one thing that throughout the pandemic, because that has already flown through the supply chain from the COVID period, managed to help us. A lot of the people started working together naturally, and these were diverse groups of people across the economic and representation within South Africa. People took hands, decided it doesn't matter who I am or where I come from, but in order for us to be able to survive this, we will need to have to work together. And I think this thinking that has been formed part of the supply chain over the last 18 months contributed greatly to get us through the pandemic. I think doing well by doing good, these are things that people are making contributions. I can just from my personal experience share with everybody that we did a call to action because the SPCAs in KwaZulu-Natal was incredibly impacted by the looting and rioting. We did a call to action to the transport industry, which was also heavily impacted, but we got a massive contribution, cash contribution from the transport industry to the SPCA. And that was just again showing that we can do doing well by doing good is the mantra that's coming through a lot. And that helped an organization that was really very hard hit and probably the last thing on everybody's mind to worry about the animals not having shelter, but the people stepped up and worked together and assisted in that regard. Thank you, Harry. Next slide. Customer-driven business transformation. This is also a very important element that has come through. Over the pandemic period, we have had intermittent supply chain disruption. We've had larger than normal demand swings, and we've had an accelerated level of business model transformation. So what we really did is we took those learnings and we just put it in a nutshell and drove it as part of this period over the violence to help us, because we had this pattern already and we could, out of those learnings, So things that came out of from the retail industry, obviously we know that e-commerce volumes has grown exponentially. Currently, the e-commerce volumes are already exceeding the predictions of 2023. Buy online and pick up at the store became a very big trend. And that also helped the retailers, that people could order online, that they knew more or less what they had to get where, and they were able to get it to the right store and the people could come and pick it up. This was obviously straight after the pandemic. That helped them to ensure that the right stock got to the right place. Very much the move from brick and mortar to direct consumers assisted the retailers with the planning, because so many of the consumers were doing online business and they could use those trends and predictions to move the stock to the right place. And obviously, a very important thing is the impact of last mile delivery. The last mile delivery supply chains were very well developed during the COVID period, and it also helped during the period of the violence to enable things to be delivered. It's much easier for a scooter or a motorbike to get through an area that's congested and full of rubbish and everything to go and deliver critical medicine than what it is for a big vehicle to get through there. Thank you, Harry. And then lastly, but not least of the important thing, was really the digitalization and the digital first supply chain approach that we've got. If we look at a survey of the boards in 2020, it shows that 70% of the companies already accelerated their digital roadmaps. So the digital first approach that we have developed over the last 18 months stood us in very good stead. We had already a lot of technology that we could use. We had more automated and insightful decision making, so we could use our AI and our tools that we had to be able to supply goods in a different way. And a lot of the organizations had made digital changes already. A lot of the organizations had moved to common ERP platforms to enable them to make the right decisions. Planning, AI, machine learning became incredibly important. No person could adjust and work out as quickly as what we had to do in this period to say, please stop sending this there, do this, do that. It is only with machine learning that we were able to do this very quickly and very accurately. Dynamic monitoring of transportation and movements, because we had the tools, we were in a position to see where the vehicles are, where the crisis points are, get the vehicles away from those crisis points, and ensure that wherever we could get clear pathways to deliver goods to different stores, that we could get there. And I think very importantly is also we have developed quite a lot of downstream and upstream visibility, which means that we use our machine learning and AI to predict these patterns and trends, and also various locations. And through that process, it enabled us. Without these digital tools that we had available, the retailers wouldn't have been able to survive, because they simply wouldn't have known what had to go where. You can imagine a supply chain is not something that you just stop. So the orders were still being delivered, they had stock in the warehouse, and for them to be able to get the stock to the right place as quickly as possible was a very big task. And there, the digitalization made a huge difference in terms of the way that things were approached and how the retailers could get things from point A to point B. Thank you, Harry. So I think, as I said, digitization did exist, the recovery. We have, and most people in the retail industry believe that if they didn't have these tools, they would not have been able to get the business up and running as quickly as what they did. Thanks, Harry. And I think for us, it really made the difference between making an informed decision and doing some guesswork. I'm actually going to stop my presentation here, Harry, because I think I'm going to run out of time, and then leave some time for questions and answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Louise. It's a pity you're stopping. It talking so much sense. Thank you so much. You know, the fourth industrial revolution really came to our rescue, and including the transport forum. So if it wasn't for the digitalization, we would have had a lot of problems in doing this business. But thank you. It's very interesting to see the work you guys doing in the supply chain, imports and exports. I think should somebody conduct business without global trade solution, they're really at high risk and in losing out.
No, thank you, Harry, and I'm happy to stay on. I think there is a panel discussion, or if there's any questions, I will share. You're welcome to share the whole presentation. I also stepped onto some of the innovation that there has been in the retail industry. I think very importantly, probably most of you, I want to do a quiz quickly and see by show of hands how many of you are using the retail industry and particularly the food industry online platforms. The 60 seconds of the Checkers Group, also Pick and Pay has obviously ramped up immensely to do online deliveries, and similarly Woolworths. And I think I want to quickly ask everybody to raise their hands who is using it probably on a weekly basis. Well done, Jolene. And I'm quite sure quite a lot of you. But again, the innovation that happened there is that it's not only that you can get it delivered to your door, but you can also do what they call, you can order and then go and collect it. So I think all of us under the COVID position wanted to have a little bit of an outing, so at least we could go out and go and collect our things. One must also not underestimate what companies like Takealot did during this period, because I think for them, they were the known for e-commerce, but what they have done during this period and also during the violent period is they stepped into the breach to deliver crucial medicine to people. Again, that last mile delivery concepts that they had developed, they could use that then to get medicine to people. And I'm seeing more and more, and being part of the road industry, one has to ask, Louise, how can you make this prediction? But I see more and more opportunities and last mile delivery options that's going to become available. You cannot get the big trucks into the neighborhoods. It just simply isn't feasible and cost effective. And that's where a lot of business opportunities can also be created. I think all of us are probably on first name terms for you that shop regularly online with the guy from Takealot that come and do the delivery at your house. But he can now not only do your delivery of the goods that you ordered on Takealot, he can also come and bring your medicine from Discovery Health to you. And those are really innovations and things that's different. I see Jochum's hand here. Jochum, if you've got a question.
No, I just responded to your show of hands thing.
Thank you, Jochum.
Wonderful, Jochum. I'm very glad to see that you guys are all enjoying the innovation in the retail space. And also, I think an important thing that has come back, obviously with online shopping, especially on the clothing side, there is the return of the goods that has to go back to the store. And that was obviously a new challenge. And it is something that I think the retail industry in South Africa is still coming to grips with. Because it's not just only we've got to get the stuff to you, but we've also got to get the stuff back from you in an effective way. And that's been quite a challenge. And there's some interesting work being done in that area as well. So thank you, Harry.
Thank you, Louise. We're looking forward to the panel discussion of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gents, our next exciting presenter is Jolene William. She's from Agile Inform, and she's going to talk about exploring the use of industry data for visibility and agility in the fresh produce supply chain. Thank you very much, Jolene.
Thank you, Harry. Can you give me access so that I can share my screen, please?
You should be able to share.
There you go. I can. Perfect. Right, can you see my screen?
Excellent, perfect.
Lovely. Harry, thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. My name is Jolene, and today I'll be representing AgriHub. And I'll talk a little bit about some of the things that AgriHub is doing to increase visibility and agility in the fresh produce supply chain. So AgriHub is a combination of representatives from the association side of the fresh produce industry, so Hoedgro, SATI, FPF, CGA, and then also some of the key stakeholders or service providers in the industry. And we they formed this AgriHub entity about 5 to 8 years ago, specifically to look at capturing the data that exists within the flat file transmissions. And over time, we've started elaborating a little bit on that. But I'll explain some of the things that we do in this presentation. But before we start with that, I just want to ask a hypothetical question. When was the last time that you walked into a shop, any shop in the world, whether it be rural Eastern Cape or a shop on the high street of London, where you didn't buy or couldn't buy a Coke? So Coca-Cola is well known for their supply chain. And I'd like to ask you to just jump into the life of a Coca-Cola bottle for 1 second. Their streamlined supply chain is phenomenal. A bottle can be produced and appear in a retailer fridge within 48 hours. They do more than 2 billion servings a day throughout 200 countries. I think anyone can say that's quite phenomenal. And their big secret, they know exactly what's going on in each part of the supply chain, from farmer to customer. They've invested heavily in their data analytics over the past few years, so that they know exactly what goes on in their supply chain. Now, some people might say that's unfair because they own their whole supply chain, but I think there are some lessons that we can learn from that. And the fresh produce industry is a world apart from the Coca-Cola supply chain. But I do think there are some lessons that we can learn. And then I think that AgriHub is trying to address in the work that we do with the data that we receive. So most of you will know the fresh produce supply chain. I'll just flag it here so that it's on a piece of paper. But our stock is basically produced in orchards. And this ripens in various periods of the year. So oranges and grapes are different seasons in the year. Stock is then harvested, stored in depots or cold stores for anything between 2 days to multiple months. It's dispatched through trucks and it goes to a harbor or to a port or to an airport. And then from there, it's shipped to the outside world. Obviously, quite a bit of our fruit is also sold locally in South Africa. Right. And the problem that we have is that we have a very fragmented supply chain in the fresh produce industry, as most supply chains, where we have multiple companies owning multiple farms. You've got multiple companies owning different depots. You've got different depot management softwares, different cold store softwares. You've got exporters that handle specific parts of the supply chain. You've got logistics and freight forwarder companies. Then on top of that, you throw in Transnet and PPCB state-owned companies, which just meddles and makes everything a little bit more complicated. So it's a highly complicated system. And this makes tracking and tracing, and most importantly, optimizing very difficult between parts of the supply chain. Individual exporters or companies might make a profit by doing it better than their competitors. So there's a competitive advantage in not sharing data and not showing your data to your competitor. So if a change happens, let's say a civil unrest, it's quite difficult to get a comprehensive view of the whole supply chain and to know what is happening, where is our stock stuck, how do we optimize and get our stock to the harbors as fast and as quickly as possible. And then obviously you have certain regulations from the various markets that we try to approach, like EU has specific phytosanitary issues that they look out for. And we have to be quite careful to maintain those service levels as well, as an industry, not just as a specific exporter. So this is ideally where AgriHub wants to come in. We are a neutral body where we're not owned by any specific party. We are owned by multiple parties in the supply chain. And basically our goal is to service this industry and to find operational efficiencies within the supply chain through the data that we receive. So initially we started with only dispatch data that we received from each and every depot. But over time, we've started elaborating a little bit on our sphere of influence, and we're starting to capture data at an orchard level all the way through to a voyage level. So we're starting to get snippets of the supply chain along the way. And the data is securely stored and managed within AgriHub, but ultimately it is to serve the industry and not just one specific entity or entities. I've just highlighted a few of the business questions that we find on a regular basis that come from the supply chain in the various instances. And these are some of the questions that we would like to answer over the next few years. And they range from quite simple questions as what stock is where, all the way through to more complicated questions as to what would be the best routes or options for my stock delivery. So we're trying to get into each of these questions on a piece-by-piece basis and see where AgriHub can have an influence. All right, so today I'd like to just highlight 3 of the use cases that we've been working on over the past few months. This is a handful of the things that we're doing, but I think our big dreams are to serve this industry a little bit stronger with our data in order to make the supply chain more agile on the long term. Right, so the first one that I'll talk about is the estimated time of truck arrival that we built. This was in combination with Glenn's team, so the Western Cape Department of Economic Development funded this project to help us just churn through our data in a little bit more detail. And what we found was that we can actually use Google. So every time a pallet or a container is dispatched from a depot, we call the Google Maps API and we ask Google, how long would it take for this truck to reach the harbor? And so what you see here is just a visual representation of this model, where if, let's say, a truck leaves Saft Kalani, how long would it take for it to reach the harbor? All right, so on that basis, we're able to predict or estimate an hour of arrival at the harbor gate for that container. And I think this is a very simple example of what we can do with our data, but it's real time, and it can start to form a picture for what is in the pipeline, what will come, what will be delayed. It's not a GPS tracking system, but it is something that can show an estimated hour of arrival for that truck. This was just the 7th of June, but obviously this is a real-time model that we update daily. Right. So the second project that we did with the Western Cape Department of Economic Development was a prediction model. And I think Louise said it so nicely with the digital first, the upstream and the downstream to use machine learning to gain deeper insights. So with this project, what we did was we used a lot of our data sets, and I'll show just some of the data sets that we used in a moment, to make a prediction of the amount of containers that would arrive at the harbor gate in the next day, 2 days, or 3 days. And this is all depending on what stock is in the system, what vessels are arriving, and what the weather conditions are like at the harbor. For those of you that might not be so aware of the seasonality within the fresh produce industry, if you just look at the top graph, that is 2020, the historic ship data that went through the Port of Cape Town. We specifically just looked at the Port of Cape Town for this study. You can see that in the beginning and the latter part of the year, it's grape season, which is the blue. And then in the middle, it's made up primarily out of citrus. And then obviously your apples and pears throughout the year, with stone fruit minimal in the beginning and latter part of the year with the grapes. Grapes has an interesting commodity to work with because it's highly perishable. You have to cool it down for 2 days and ship it almost immediately for it to remain in a good quality. Where citrus and the pome fruit you can manage a little bit longer, so it makes its predictability a little bit more difficult. Right. So these are the data sources that we pulled into our machine learning model. In total, we had 14 data sources that we pulled in, and it ranged from our dispatch data to our stock data to say what is the stock of each day at each of the facilities in the supply chain. We looked at what the harbour said is on its way through the stack dates and the berth plans. And then we also looked at Wind Guru. I'm sure everyone has a look at Wind Guru every once in a while to see what the historic wind speeds and gusts were on a specific day. So that we can teach this machine learning model what happened on that day and why more or less containers arrived at the harbour. So I'm not going to go into too much detail. I'll just flag the highest impact features. So a feature is a predictor or a value that predicts or helps predict the outcome of a variable. So in this case, the number of containers arriving at the harbour. And we found that the historic arrival, so yesterday, the day before, and the day before that, was a good precursor of what will come tomorrow and the next day. We also had a variable in there that said to load, which we got of the stack plans and the berth plans of the vessels, which basically said the total number of containers that would be loaded onto that vessel. Now, remember, we only built this for fresh produce. So that would be the entire load, but we're only looking at a slither of that from the fresh produce. And then obviously your stack dates, opening and closing has a very big impact on whether containers arrive or not, because typically it shouldn't arrive before stack open, but sometimes it does. And typically it shouldn't arrive after stack close, but sometimes it does. And then the last thing that I'd just like to flag that had a big impact on the number of containers that arrived was the destination of stock in our stock file. So fortunately, through the EDI transmission system that we receive data from, we can see where each and every pallet is destined for. So whether it's EU bound or Russia bound, or maybe Malaysia bound. So we use that to determine and link it to the destination of vessels that arrive at the port in the next few days. So this next slide is the result of our predicted model. And you might think, oh, this looks complicated. But what this is basically our training set or our testing set. So we used 2 years worth of data and we cut that up into 2/3, which we used to train the machine learning model, and then 1/3 that we use to test whether it's an accurate model or not. So this 1/3 is what you see on the screen in blue. So blue is the actual number of containers arriving each and every day at the harbour. And you can see it's quite a spiky curve. It's not an elegant, smooth curve, which makes it a very difficult line to try and predict because of all the variability that we had last year. The green is what the model basically came up with. And to a certain extent, it follows the trend and it picks up some of the highs, it picks up most of the lows of the model. All right, so in total, if I can speak to the statisticians out there, we had a 63% accuracy or R-squared value, which means that 86% of those dots or predicted values was within 11 containers off, which is not too bad given the year that we had. I think there's a lot that we can do to improve this model and that AgriHub would like to work on over the next few months. And some of the things that we highlighted that we'd like to include, things like vessel delays, bypassing of vessels, the harbour productivity statistics. And I think a big thing that would have a good impact would be the container arrivals by exporter, to break that down a little bit further. Right, so with this predictive model, we try to say, if we look forward into the future, how many containers would arrive at the harbour? And basically the idea is that we, before the truck booking system, could highlight the number of containers arriving at the harbour gate, but then also to push some of that information back into the system to our exporters to say, it might be a very busy day, or it might not be a busy day. Send your stock now. Right. So with this, we just plugged a little bit of the data into a simulation model as well, just to play around with the data that we have. So a simulation model is basically where you create the environment and a virtual platform, and you basically say to the model, this is what happens when that happens. So You create all these relationships between things, and you create a virtual supply chain, basically. And in a very simplistic way, we just added some of this data into a simulation model to say, what happens if we increase capacity, or what happens if we decrease capacity? And so it's a little bit misleading, since we just looked at a small slither of containers arriving at the harbor. We only looked at fresh produce data. But basically, we found that 25% increase in capacity can almost double the current arrival rate of containers. Now, that sounds amazing, but you have to remember this is a virtual environment, and we couldn't cater for things like the interference of equipment and whether or not there is capacity. But what this experiment did show was, with a new truck booking system at the harbor, it's a nice way to set some of those confidence intervals when Transnet or the harbor has to plan ahead of what is possible, what is not possible for them. So we also had some recommendations of how we would like to extend the model. We basically said it would be nice to include the arrival of ships as a demand profile for this simulation model. And then lastly, we said that it would be beneficial to include all the containers and not just the fresh produce containers. Right. So our next steps from that was basically to combine the two, the daily prediction model with the capacity intervals of the simulation model. And we said that that can be a very powerful tool for terminal planners to understand the load and available capacity to service that load at the harbor gate. So the last item that I'd like to give you an example of where we're trying to get our fingers dirty or in the pie is just a recent, it was a very simple project that we did with Food South Africa, where we presented stock age at some of the depots in Durban throughout the civil unrest, and then obviously Transnet that had some issues. So this graph that I'm showing you now is just a snippet or a visual representation of the data that we gave them on a daily basis for the 26th of July. This is just an example, but they basically got something like this each and every day to see how old the stock is that's in the supply chain. And obviously I can't show the depots where this was, but you could basically see the depots and which of the depots had stock that's the oldest. And those depots were then prioritized to get their stock out of the system. Since the EU has very strict phytosanitary issues. And that really, really helped prioritize which depots we should try and alleviate first and which stockpiles we should try and get through the system. Now, each of those depots had their own private stock management systems. And because we received their stock files each and every day, we didn't even have to go plug into their systems. We could just pull it out of AgriHub. And I think this was a nice example of how a neutral body such as AgriHub that collects data across multiple platforms can really help to alleviate some of the stresses that come in with instances of civil unrest or like Transnet issues and that type of thing. So I'd like to conclude that investing in a visibility and analytics network is key to our ability to be more responsive in uncertain conditions. A visibility and analytics network should be formed by neutral bodies and have a mandate to collect, store, and mine data for valuable insights. These insights should serve the industry and aim to highlight operational efficiencies in spite of fragmentation. So this neutral body concept, I think, really plays to AgriHub's favor, where we're not owned by any specific person, but our mandate is solely to focus on how we can improve operational efficiencies in the supply chain. And then lastly, I'm going to end off and say that research is absolutely key to extracting the correct level of information and gaining deeper knowledge from the value chain. And from AgriHub's perspective, I think this is an open invitation to all research institutions or universities to partner with us, to work with us, and to see how we can better gain insight into our data. We've got a whole lot of data. Not always enough hands and fingers to make a dirt and to comb through it. But I think there's a lot of value that can be gained from industry forums such as this, Harry, where multiple stakeholders come together and just talk about the things that we experience. So with that, thank you very much. And I'll be open for any questions in the Q&A afterwards.
Yulene, this was so exciting. Your contact details is not on the slide. Can you please share that in the chat room?
I will do so, Harry. Thank you.
Quite sure a lot of people would like to engage with you, and I think we should spread the word of the beautiful work you guys are doing. So important, you know. Obviously, visibility is all. That if you can't see, then how can you plan? You know, you need to see something before you can plan and predict and what have you. So that's what you guys are doing exactly, making it visible.
Absolutely.
It's hands-on. So no, thank you very much. I applaud you for the work you guys are doing. And I'm quite sure they're going to have some questions for you in the panel discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeline. Right, ladies and gents, we're getting to our last presentation. This is Sheila Dyer from she's the Business Retention Officer at Trade Invest KwaZulu-Natal, and she's going to talk to us about funding and support of crisis management. I think that's very interesting to hear. How are they supporting companies in distress in KZN? So thank you, Sheila.
Thank you, Harry. Can I just quickly share my screen?
Yes, please.
Can everybody see it?
Yes, you can just go to slideshow mode. And if you can, switch on your video, please.
Okay. Is that okay? Okay, good.
It's just slideshow mode.
Oh, I've done that.
Or you can go to the top of your screen and go to slideshow and say from first slide or something. It seems to me that it's coming through now.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Okay,
Sheila.
can I go ahead? Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and good afternoon, Chair of the Transport Forum. Firstly, I would like to thank the Transport Forum for this opportunity to actually share what Trade and Investment does as an organization, and how our focus and our mandate is actually on assisting all businesses in terms of expanding, in terms of retaining their businesses, and ensuring that businesses are run in a smooth fashion. And that's what we are to do in terms of assistance and support to businesses. So as Harry said, in following the unrest that happened in July, there had been a call for government to come to the fore to support businesses in terms of getting them back to where they were before the unrest. Now we have done a study in terms of collating information from various municipalities within KZN, just to find out and to get a sense of the number of businesses that had been affected. And it is actually disheartening to see the number. And I mean, a lot of them are township-based, and they don't really have the support structures and the mechanisms in place to get back to where they were before the unrest. also been privy to go and see a number of businesses as a result of what happened during the unrest or after the unrest. And it was actually quite shocking to see whole buildings burned to the ground, especially in some of the northern areas in KZN. So as a result, we have then partnered with our economic development partners such as the IDC, the NEF, ITALA, the KZN Growth Fund, as well as the Small Enterprise Finance Agency, to pull together funding so that we can actually assist these businesses, especially some of the SMMEs. A lot of the, or most of the medium to large businesses did have or do have the Sastria insurance cover, which would be able to assist them in getting to where they were. It's going to take some time, but at least they have that as a fallback. So I've given you a background on what had happened in terms of the unrest. As you all know, Durban and Pietermaritzburg were mostly impacted. So my focus is on mainly the small towns, and we also need to keep in mind that even though these are small businesses, they do in a way rely on the larger businesses and also on the value chains, which then also actually follow in terms of the transport and logistics side of the value chain. Because as we all know, goods are actually transported in trucks, and I mean, the N3 is that very busy route for that. So the businesses, as I said, had been impacted negatively due to the unrest. Some of these businesses which we have spoken to need working capital. Stock had been burnt, destroyed, equipment, machinery, furniture and fittings, etc. We need to re-establish the supply chains and the routes to market so that businesses can get back to where they were. The supporting of entrepreneurship and strengthening business partnerships, I've spoken about that. The focus is to replace movable assets associated with the business, with those assets being destroyed or damaged due to the unrest. The refurbishing of offices and business infrastructure and fittings. And this is where a big challenge comes in, because it's not so difficult to actually replace stock, but when it comes to an actual building that's actually burned to the ground, that becomes a lot more challenging. I spoke about stock. A lot of businesses do need working capital in order to now restock their shops and their businesses. As I said, there is a focus on the township and rural areas, and the fund that we're talking about, that TIKZN, is actually going to be a special purpose vehicle with the IDC to distribute these funds. Is going to focus on those businesses and to help them to actually get to be able to be up and running again. So I spoke about the small enterprises, the township and the rural, the focus on the rural areas. In order for those businesses to apply, a lot of them wouldn't have necessary regulatory documentation, such as your company registration documents and certificates. So in these cases, we would need a SAPS case number. at least if they can show that they have been trading in the area, they have to be 100% owned in terms of South African citizenship. The business must be in existence for at least 6 months. In some cases, we would need a minimum of 3 months bank statement. But why I say in some cases, in those cases where they don't have that, we would need a permit from them via the municipality to state that they have been operating as a business. There are a few businesses that would not apply, obviously labor brokers, the gambling trade, political organizations, anybody under debt review, insolvent shareholders, and speculative property developers. Okay, so we want to keep this this process flow in terms of the application for these funds very simple and very quick. So we're actually looking at a turnaround time of between 48 to 72 hours for these. So it has to comply with the information that's required. Once we get that information, we then will sit as a committee and then and make a decision. So obviously, copy of ID, proof of business address via the municipality or tribal authority, just a one-pager business profile, just to say what the business is about, proof of business registration where applicable, tax clearance where applicable. Obviously, I spoke about the bank statement, and the business has to be in existence, so we need to see that. And what would actually stand the business in good stead is if there were before and after pictures or photos or something that can show us that you know, it's not just a fly-by-night application, and this is actually quite legitimate. TAC then intends to call for a submission of applications for qualifying businesses. We've already begun that process due to limited funding. Submission of applications will be open for a defined window period. So it's not going to be in the period. We will say from the 5th of September to the 5th of October. We haven't been given the dates as yet. Reason being, because this is going to be an in-house process. We are just busy finalizing a short application form so that the potential businesses can actually populate that. Yeah, depending on the uptake of applications during the first call and the availability of funds, we may look at a second call. These are the contact details that the applications must be submitted to. Alternatively, they can actually be submitted by myself. Like I said, the applications will be reviewed, and the committee will then decide in terms of an approval or rejection process. And thereafter, we're looking to actually disperse these funds so that businesses can use them as soon as possible to get going. Qualifying businesses may obtain grant. So this is a grant funding, meaning it's actually free money. It's not going to be any monies that have to be paid back. So that we're looking at a minimum of 10,000 up to 1 million per business. Obviously, dependent on the need and justification. This is subject to adherence to the criteria, the approval process, and the availability of funds. We'll actually sit and adjudicate these applications. And thereafter, I said that the funding will be dispersed. So this is just an indication of what the one-page application form is going to look like. Obviously, the name of the contact details, and then the business information, the business name, and the business contact details, and then just the assets that have been destroyed or looted during the unrest, and what funding requirements are, whether it's in terms of assets, stock, fittings, or any other. And just a short checklist at the bottom to make sure that everything is there. And obviously then these applications can be forwarded through to TIKZN. We want to make this, a quick, easy process. As I said, it shouldn't be a long process, as with some of the other development finance institutions. And the main focus is to actually get these businesses up and running as soon as possible. This is just some background information. We have had funds through the National Department of Tourism, which had been given through to us to actually disperse as a special purpose vehicle for 3 tourism projects throughout KZN. And I must say, we have been quite successful, and the Department of Tourism is quite happy with how this process had worked. And therefore the IDC has a level of comfort, and that is why they've approached us to say that they will give us X amount of money. That amount has not been finalized as yet, and then we would actually use that money internally, as I've just explained before, to adjudicate the potential applications. These are just some areas actually enhance the businesses in order to get up and running. It's obviously top of mind business continuity, retention of jobs and food security. As I said, it's for township and the rural economy. But I also want to talk further on, besides what is available for the township and rural economy, there are other funds available through the National Empowerment Fund and through the Department of Small Enterprise Finance Agency, or the Small Business Development Department. So they have a similar or a separate basket of funds, which is actually 250 million Rand from the National Empowerment Fund, 1.5 billion from the IDC, and I think it's 40 million only from the Small Enterprise Finance Agency. So these 3 entities are also entertaining and would also encourage applications from any business now, which doesn't have to be in a rural or in a township area, who have experienced any looting, damage, or property damage as a result of the unrest. TIKZN or myself would actually also facilitate these applications, and then we would then submit whatever is required in terms of criteria to the relevant development finance institutions. That's the separate finance vehicle. I do have some information, or I do have packaged information on that, which I'm happy to share who are interested, or any other company who is interested in actually applying. So with that, I would like to end my presentation. If there's any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Sheila, thank you. Please share us in the chat room as well. I'll appreciate that. I'm quite sure there's a lot of people who want to talk to you. Important work you guys doing and lifting the economy and unlocking funding for companies in distress. I think it's extremely crucial what you guys are doing. Thank you so much also for presenting it on this platform. I really appreciate you always supporting the Transport Forum as well. And it's great having you as part of us. Thank you very much. And please keep your video and audio on. We're going to do the panel discussion now. So please, if you don't mind, stay there. And can we have Lynn and Louise, yeah, switch on the cameras. Thank you. Right, there we've got our three ladies as our panel for this session. And ladies and gents, you're welcome now to ask questions. You can go to reactions at the bottom of your screen and use the raise hand function and raise your hand there, and then I can recognize you and you can ask a question. While we're waiting for the guys, you can ask a question for a member of the panel or for the panel as a whole. I'm just trying to scan. I don't see questions in the chat room now. Just looking at the guys on YouTube. There's quite a number of people on YouTube. You're welcome to text questions on YouTube as well if you want to. But okay, so there's Louise Widget. Maybe you want to say something, right? Thank you.
Harry, I actually want to ask Jolene a question, so I've got her, so it's a good opportunity to ask it. So Jolene, how did you guys find that the predictive modeling and everything that you were doing, the correlation with the actuals that happened subsequently, did you do any modeling around that? Because it would be very interesting, and we've got, I'm going to drag Sue Moodley into this conversation. With the Transnet cyber attack, we had a lot of sympathy with you with the citrus industry and being in peak season. But it would be very good to start looking at using this kind of data and matching what actually happened afterwards, that we can pick up some trends and bring Transnet into the discussion as well. So I just want to open the discussion maybe around a question like that. Thanks, Harry.
Thank you, Louise. Yes, it would be interesting, although we did it as an initial study, and then we're quite light in resources at the moment. So we put it aside, we've got the algorithm, we've got the formulation, and now we're looking into the next phase of it. But it's not in a production environment where we can continue to monitor it yet. But we're still collecting all the historic data, so eventually when we get to that point, we can go back and rehash it through this period. But obviously our calculations are only as good as our input data. We had some issues with the stack and birth data, which we had to clean quite significantly. And I think that was a big barrier to making this thing live at the end of the day. So we are in conversations with other industry partners to supply that data to us in a more real-time, in a consumable way for our algorithms, without us having to physically capture it every day as AgriHub. But no, absolutely. I think with all of these civil unrest, it would be interesting to see what we predicted versus what came out of it.
Yes, and I think also, going forward, because I think one of the Transnet kind of cries for help is that they don't know what volumes are coming towards them. So I definitely think your research is a good area for assisting with those kind of predictiveness. And I want to really maybe put Sheila on the spot and say, I presume we don't have funding for this kind of research. And I know we've got Prof. Alwyn on the call as well here. So it would be good to keep something like this going, Harry. And I think this is definitely something the Transport Forum can pick up and look at as an industry initiative. So well done with the research. It has been similar from the retail industry, if we're fortunate in the retail industry, we had those tools and a lot of that information available, because it was a similar process that helped us to get through this very disruptive short spike period, So over to you.
I suppose, Louise, if I can piggyback on that, your data was in well-maintained systems that the system that does the prediction captures the data as well. So you can set your own rules, basically, where I think the big barrier or an issue always with this type of thing is that different people collect the data and they've got validations that differ. And so it's a massive cleaning process before you can even build the model. But no, very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Louise, if I can just come in. Trade and Investment did have an in-house fund, you know, for sort of research and that, you know, that area. However, that's all now been pulled and it's going into, you know, the Unrest economic delivery package. But I'll keep Harry in the loop. Should that become available again, then I will alert Harry and then he can let you know. And then we can work together on sort of that application process. But at the moment, there isn't anything. It was called the Technical Assistance Fund. But yeah, that fund hasn't got any money in there as of now.
No, thank you very much. And for the members on the group, see, it's as easy as this to ask for money. Maybe sometimes you get told no, and other times it get told yes. So Jolene, we've got a name now and we've got a fund, so we can look at once there is further funding available, because I think this part of research, and I hope we've still got one of my colleagues. Oh, here's Prof. Alwyn. He's the number cruncher deluxe. So Prof, please come into the conversation.
He made the mistake by raising his hand, so now I've got it.
Hello, Prof. Alwyn.
Hello, Louise. How are you?
Very well. Nice to see you.
I last saw you at some previous Transport Forum meeting at UJ.
Yes, long time ago. Eh?
Yeah, before the lockdowns. Harry, can I go ahead to pose my question?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
I also want to ask Jolene, very fascinating discussion. I'm so glad to see that some people in the industry are starting to do the kinds of things that we've been talking about for many years. So it really was very encouraging. What I want to ask is whether you also do any work in the field of traceability of temperature and quality, since we did a couple of projects a few years ago working with a practical, a logistics service provider in the perishable food supply chain, where we put RFID-based temperature monitoring inside the cargo, and we traced it all the way from Johannesburg to Lusaka and back. Are you doing similar kinds of studies? Since it seems that you should have access to industry to allow you to do that, to then effectively determine quality and then compliance with service level agreements, in addition to all the other stuff that you mentioned?
Prof, so not us directly, but we do provide data to the University of Stellenbosch, who's got a research agreement with the CRI, the Citrus Research Institute. And they basically have a bunch of these monitors that they send out. They use from our data, they use the monitor code, so they can track the container with which temperature sensor was used. So we're not directly involved with that. It goes outside a little bit of our scope at the moment. But I definitely think there's more space for that type of conversations of digital twins and all of that. But yeah, we tend to partner with people that do that.
Thank you, Prof. Alwyn, for the question. All right, so anybody else? While we're still waiting, maybe I can pop one, but I'm coming from a different angle. The customer in the thing is the consumer. I'm just thinking how our world's changed. We've got analytics and everything and visibility and everything, but how's the world of the consumer changing and his experience of what's being offered in the supply chain at the end of the supply chain? That's always interesting, to think about it. His experience from visiting a bricks and mortar store now changing to an experience on a device and making the purchase from there. But how is it presented to him, you know, and so on. I don't know, maybe, hopefully I've instigated some discussion here.
Harry, it is a very interesting topic of discussion, and I think it touched on, you know, I was talking about the three main pillars, and the customer-driven business transformation and the aspect that you're addressing is falling right under that pillar. You know, I want to say the youngsters like Jolene and some of the other people on the call, for them, there's different things that's important, you know, provenance, where the goods come from, how the goods were manufactured, you know, is it really organic? You know, for us, that organic was important when there was a little sticker on it. We believed them. I don't think Jolene and her generation really believes it. They want to verify it. And also, you know, digital marketing and how you reach your customers is it's a science on its own. The London Business School has actually got a social media course that you can do around how to present goods in the social media space, because the retailers had to quickly go from brick and mortar to online. And I mean, very often when you get onto an online site, is the experience pleasant? You know, if it's cluttered and difficult to navigate, you lose interest and you go to somewhere else. So it is a very, very big science. And it is also important that, you know, even the way things are ranked, you know, what merchandise, interesting trend that has come out in the retail industry is that the number of SKUs has actually, sorry, I talk retail speak now, but the number of individual products that companies are selling has been trimmed down immensely, because what happened, I think Jolene used the Coca-Cola example. Coca-Cola went through this exercise about 3 or 4 years ago, where they had a whole range of products that kind of started over years. You know, they had that pina colada product and this and that, and everything got added. And part of their restructure was to say, but we've got this long range of products that we've got to now look after. And we simply can't get a pina colada into a bottle as effectively as what we can get Coke into the bottle. And they started culling these products. Now that trend in the retail environment over the last 18 months has just gone exponentially. So also what the retail industry can offer to you has shrunk, which means your choice is less, which means it really needs to be presented to you in a very effective way. And Jolene, maybe you can comment. You look from a little bit of a younger generation, but the whole way, I mean, when we did the survey of who's shopping online, you'll see predominantly the younger generation, although the older generation has now also adopted it, but the younger generation is much more proactive in terms of taking up online shopping and online experience, you know. So,
and I think most of the brands communicate a lot more via social media. If I just look at the Ultra Trail Mont Blanc that was this weekend, and how they sponsor athletes, and very indirectly you see Salomon, which is a major brand in running, you see North Face, and these athletes that are at a high level that you espouse to are running with these kits and gears that you just want. So you're used to capturing it online, and then you go online and you see that same athlete in the shop or in the window of the Salomon brand. And of course, I want to look like whoever
Ryan
won.
Saunders.
Yeah. So I don't know, it suits my personality type. I don't like shops, I don't like going out. And I know a lot of people that just, they used to like shopping, love online shopping because it's just so accessible. You can shop easily, you can send things back. No, I think it's changed a whole lot in the past 2 years, especially, well, obviously in the past 10 years, but in the last 2 years, I feel it's escalated. Just through the 60/60 app you mentioned earlier, Louise, it's absolutely amazing. Literally, I order within 60 minutes, my milk is at my door. I don't have to set a foot out the house.
And it still comes from a cow, you know that. So that's actually the interesting thing. And Harry, maybe that comment that Jolene made about the brand ambassadors and branding associated with events. You know, Red Bull was very clever with that, and they were actually the leaders. They started that 10 years ago, where they sponsored, you know, the downhill skateboarding. They're very much into the Formula One stuff, but they realized that that aspirational element is very important to a lot of people, and use that to very good effect. You know, besides the, you know, I've Got Wings campaign that we all know very well, but very much looking at what product suits or what personality suits. And I mean, I can share with Jolene, Ryan Sanders, who's a local here in Cape Town, top trail running and ultra distance athlete in the world. Very proud of him. But if you look, 4 years ago, he had no branding. I think there's not a piece of him that's not branded now. And it is all these very big brands. So definitely a very different way of marketing. The traditional way of marketing doesn't appeal to people anymore. And it's a new science and it's a new skill set. It's new job opportunities. So I think there is a lot of opportunities that this new approach has created. So thank you.
Excellent. John, thank you very much. While you're thinking about your closing comments, I just want to make a comment as well, and not to be discussed now. I think that's a separate discussion maybe one day, but I was just thinking, you know, in this latest technology, thinking about the risk in the supply chain and so on, thinking about proximity technology, you know, should you enter, for example, a bricks and mortar shopping center or whatever, they can use proximity technology, you know, to actually sense your whereabouts, you know. So should you approach a certain shop, then up comes an advert on your phone, you know, and say, oh, I see you're around, come in and join us. We've got specials here. And they also, then because of AI, they're aware of what's your preference. So they start marketing stuff, you know, that's the proximity idea. And I was thinking this is type of technology one maybe can use in the future also for risk management. And, you know, things that's changing in the supply chain and so on. But that, I think that's a separate discussion. All right, so let's think about the closing remarks for this event. And we're going to ask Sheila for closing remarks, and then we'll do Louise, and then we'll have Jolene. And then thereafter, I'll ask our host, Professor Nadine Pisa, to close the event for us. So thank you very much so far, you guys, from my side. We really appreciate your time. We applaud you. And we really learned quite a lot from you guys. And may you be blessed with lots of prosperous years of the important work you're doing in this supply chain. Thank you very much. So some closing remarks from Sheila.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the wonderful ladies, very informative presentations. From my side, I definitely see that it's important to work with all of the various organizations, industry associations, such as yourself, because along the way, there's synergies. And, you know, I mean, Louise and Jolene might be in sort of, you know, the mainstream, like supply chain area of things. But I still see that anyway down the line, there should be, or there could be a need for facilitation, you know, of some sorts. And that's where trade and investment comes in. And I just want to bring the point back with what Louise, her request in terms of the funding request. So I think it's very important. I think it's good that we have these sessions because we learn a lot from them, and it's sort of a strengthening you know, of synergies from all angles, from all organizations, and especially from where I you know, where I sit in terms of you know, our facilitation, our capacity building, you know, and just ensuring that companies are retained they expand, and from government's point of view, obviously it's the job retention as well. And I've learned such a lot today, because I can see there's been such an evolvement, especially in terms of what Harry was saying, and Jolene and Louise, the AI side of things. That's always going to be sort of the fourth step in terms of where we're going to go as industries, as companies, as organizations. Yeah, so that's my closing remarks. I want to say thank you very much for this platform, for the time, for the opportunity. It has been very fruitful. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Vin. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it. Louise.
Thank you, Harry, and thank you to the panelists. I must say it makes me proud to see the female power on the screen now. We are all ladies. So Harry, thank you for giving the ladies the opportunity, and also to the gents that participated today. I think my closing argument is really to say that one of the areas that is a concern with all the new developments in terms of digitization is the new skill sets that we need. We really need a different set of people in the supply chain, where before it was more, process driven. It's now becoming data driven. So people with data analytics skills, people that can understand data, interpret data, there's a whole new career aspect out there, and a whole new area to develop and grow into. So I think that is the one closing message that I can say to everybody. Although the traditional jobs might change, with automation in the warehouse space and all of that, there is other opportunities that is being opened up. Jolene says they haven't got enough hands, so I think it is an opportunity for people to reskill or look at this as career opportunities and embrace it and take it on, because this is the future. Harry, touching on your proximity comment, data is the gold of the future, but it's not just having the data. I think Jolene alluded to it. They've got a lot of data. It's actually what you do with the data and how you use it, which is the important thing. So thank you very much, Harry.
Thank you so much, Louise. So true. Thank you very much for your inputs. Really appreciate it. Jolene.
Thank you. Harry, I think firstly, I just want to say thank you so much yet again for this forum. I haven't attended any of the sessions, but the conversations that we had today were very rich. You had a phenomenal panel that engaged with very pressing matters, and I think it's not something that is in the past. We'll definitely have more of this type of issue going forward. So talking about it and finding solutions is absolutely key to gearing us up for the future. I think I just want to piggyback on what Sheila said around funding is key. And so AgriHub has been very fortunate to have industry stakeholders that invested in this organization to build this up. And then obviously with DDAT, or Department of Economic Development, that invested in AgriHub last year. But I think there is a big need for industry to reinvest into these types of open bodies, as I can call them, or neutral bodies such as AgriHub. I think the commoditization of data is a problem, and people are trying to find better and better ways to make more money out of their own data. So they're being more and more reluctant to share it, where whoever owns the data makes money out, and that's not how it should be. I think we should all come together with research institutions and find ways of collaborating to make the industry a lot stronger for that funding to come into South Africa. So yes, I think that's my big closing remark. Is funding and research for these types of ventures is absolutely key. Unfortunately, AI and machine learning, that type of thing takes time. So you can't just wake up one day when there's a crisis and say, oh, now we need the answer. You have to kind of invest in it long before the time to get the right answers on the date. Thank you very much. Thank you for AgriHub for allowing me this opportunity to present today. Thank you for the Transporters Forum for inviting us. And then thank you to my fellow panelists. It was a pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you, Julene, as well. And thank you for your time. We really appreciate all the preparation and all the knowledge that you shared with us. We really appreciate that. All right, so giving a hand again to our panel, I'm going to ask our host for the day, Professor Nadine Pisa, to close the session for us. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Harry. First and foremost, I want to express my sincere appreciation to the panelists for your valuable contributions to this Transport Forum. The success of this forum is attributed to all your inputs and all the hard work you've put in behind to prepare for today's session. We really appreciate you taking the time to share your insights and experience. I also want to thank all the attendees for making the time to spend your morning and afternoon with us and listening to all the presentations that we've had today. I hope that you found them insightful and beneficial. And last but not least, I would like to thank Harry for organizing this event and always bringing together a brilliant set of minds to enable us to have an opportunity and a forum to debate and discuss these topical issues that influence our economy, our careers, and the different industry that we operate in. Thank you, everyone. We hope that you will join us again next time when we host another event. Thanks, Harry. Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you for your support. Guys, take care.